Chapter 875. 1 second to remember 09, providing you with exciting reading. Chapter 872. Show up. The transparent man appeared in front of Gao Yuanxin and said that Gao Yuanxin was the inexhaustible I and wanted to take him away. 09, small, say net. 09 Gao Yuanxin was stunned at first, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Who is this friend? I feel a very familiar feeling from you, and I can see that you are not an enemy. Of course, I am not your enemy, but your savior. You are the reincarnation of the inexhaustible I, and now you are in an extremely dangerous situation because Gu Chunsha of the Dragonless Cabinet has collected more than 20 inexhaustible treasures. His ambition is to collect all the inexhaustible treasures, open the gate to the heavenly realm, and then seize the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. And if he finds you, he will definitely take your inexhaustible treasures immediately and then demote you to immortal, making your life worse than death. The transparent man in the robe was very friendly to Gao Yuanxin. I know that the Dragonless Cabinet, the former Calming Fairy Department, has collected a lot of inexhaustible treasures, and there's a lot of news about it. But they advertise that whether it is the reincarnation of inexhaustible treasures or the reincarnation of stars, they are all bound by fate and must give up these to cultivate to the highest level, Gao Yuanxin said doubtfully. I am Heavenly King Donghua. The transparent man in the robe said, as long as you are saved by me, at least Gu Chunsha will have one less inexhaustible treasure to collect. At that time, his plan will be delayed, and we will have more time to arrange and prepare. You can also see that now the heavenly way has shrunk, and all the power is gathered on the Emperor of Heaven. The myriad world is no longer under supervision, and people's cultivation will be different every day. In a few years, the divine prefecture will be full of masters, and naturally they will not believe the Dragonless Cabinet, and their court will collapse on its own. At that time, the Emperor of Heaven will appear again, and he can easily suppress them. So, it is Heavenly King Donghua. Gao Yuanxin dropped to his knees. Greetings, my lord. I am the reincarnation of Infinity Treasure. When the Heavenly Court is established, I will be an official of the Heavenly Court, one of the 36 generals who will guard the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. They are under Master's jurisdiction. It seems that you're not bad, Donghua Sky King said. You immediately understood your identity and mission. You are much more clear-headed than some of the other reincarnations of Endless Treasures. Those people betrayed their mission, and it will be difficult for them to die even if they wanted to. They will fall into hell forever, enduring endless pain and torture for millions of years. Heavenly King, you have to be careful. The Dragonless Cabinet is extremely powerful, especially Gu Chunsha. He even devoured the school of Jin's Heavenly King and recruited the disciplinary Heavenly King as his subordinate. If they notice you, I'm afraid they'll try to kill you, Gao Yuanxin hurriedly warned. That's right. Gu Chunsha has been looking for us all this time, but his current strength is still lacking. How can he find where I am? Heavenly King Donghua sneered. This guy is powerful. I know that he is about to take my Hongmeng tree, but that is just wishful thinking. All right, come with me. Now that you are in the Divine Prefecture, you will be in great danger if you stay even a breath longer. What about the other reincarnations of Infinity Treasures? Gao Yuanxin said, I can't let these brothers fall into the hands of Gu Chunsha. Otherwise, his tyrannical power will only grow. If he finds the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, then there will be no hope in the future. Everyone in the world will truly fall into a situation of certain death. They will be fooled and fooled by him, believing in his idea that everyone is an anomaly and that everyone can transcend. In the end, it will lead to the collapse of the world, and there will be no order. Yes, the world itself should be divided into many levels. Only with many levels will there be the existence of desire, and only with desire will there be progress, pushing the heavenly path forward as a whole. But Gu Chunsha's idea is nothing more than destruction. In the end, everyone will welcome their own destruction. Heavenly King Donghua rolled up his sleeves and swept Gao Yuanxin up. Then, he quietly left the Divine Prefecture and the Four Wilds. In the next moment, They came to an extremely remote place in the heavenly realm. This place was filled with ancient stone mountains, and not even a blade of grass grew. Every stone was extremely huge, and the stone itself was the color of green jade. It was an extremely precious and supreme jade. 09, small, say net. 09 at a glance. This place was filled with such jade mountains, almost endless and boundless. The jade here. Gao Yuanxin was stunned. Every piece of jade here is priceless. I have never seen such beautiful jade. For example, the jade sold by the calming deity department is much more precious. This is the chaos precious jade refined from the chaos. Heavenly King Dong Hua said, "Your cultivation is extremely shallow right now. You haven't even cultivated your spiritual power, and you don't even know that you have the endless eye. If I didn't enlighten you, you would still be in danger. However, I will help you quickly improve your cultivation. It is very easy to cultivate now. With my help, you can quickly cultivate to the Celestial Lord realm, or even Celestial Life realm, or even Celestial Origin realm." Really? I am now at the level of big and small transformation of Tao realm. I haven't broken through to the level of 20. Gao Yuanxin said, "If I can cultivate to the God realm, it will be a huge, extravagant hope. I can actually cultivate to the Celestial Lord realm." Of course, the Celestial Lord realm was very difficult in the past, but it is much easier now. Heavenly King Donghua said, "I will now teach you an extremely powerful technique called the Celestial Court ruling human spell. Man is the spirit of all things, and the human heart is unpredictable. This technique controls the human heart and makes it conform to the heavenly path. It is extremely perfect. After cultivating this technique, your progress will be very fast." Really? Celestial Court ruling human spell? Just at that moment, a voice rang out. "This technique is quite interesting. It was comprehended by the Emperor of Heaven, right? He has already appeared and is still hiding in the future. I didn't predict the birth of this technique. It seems like the future has changed." Who? Heavenly King Dong Hua shuddered. He turned around and saw a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. He was carefree, and he could do whatever he wanted. Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha looked at Heavenly King Dong Hua. "As expected, you have infiltrated our calming immortal department. If I'm not wrong, you should be someone called Meng Xing. You had a rather high position in the original calming immortal department. You were one of the people in charge of the Wildlands Chamber of Commerce. You were in charge of contacting the demons, purchasing their treasures, and exporting all sorts of pills, treasures, weapons, and armor to the calming immortal department. In the Wildlands, there are many demonic beasts. Over the years, they had been attacking humans. Thus, the original Calming Immortal Bureau had formulated a series of methods to divide the demonic beasts. They had instigated wars among the demonic beasts and supported factions among the demonic beasts to fight against each other. During the battles, the strength of the demonic beasts would constantly weaken. Then, they would plunder the resources of the demonic beasts, causing the demonic beasts to run out of resources. In the end, they could only rely on humans. There was an organization in the Calming Immortal Department that specialized in studying and dealing with the demons. One of them, Meng Xing, was very talented and had made many contributions to the Calming Immortal Department. Now, it seemed that this person was actually a substitute for Heavenly King Donghua. Gu Qinsha, you actually found this place after all. The transparent man in the long robe, Heavenly King Donghua, calmed down. Immediately, he knew that he was in great danger. He did not think that he could deal with Gu Qinsha. He was well aware of Gu Qinsha's current cultivation. Even if the 9 heavenly kings gathered together at their peak, and the Lord of the Sun and Moon were at their peak, they would not be able to deal with the current Gu Qinsha. After becoming a celestial lord, Gu Qinsha was already an invincible existence, apart from the Emperor Heaven. If it were not for Gu Qinsha, the current Yonko and the Dragonless Cabinet would have long been destroyed. There was no way to control the situation. Unknowingly, Gu Qinsha already had the embryonic form and power of the Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor. Heavenly King Donghua, Are you going to surrender without a fight? Or do you want me to do it? As for you, Gao Yuanxin, I will not blame you for insulting the imperial court. But you're also trying to stir up chaos in the world, following the remnants of the future heavenly court to create chaos. I cannot tolerate you, Gu Chunsha said, looking at Gao Yuanxin. You Yanko are the remnants, defying the heavens and rebelling against the Tao. In the future, when the heavenly court is established, the myriad realms will usher in order, live in harmony, and finally enjoy a long period of peace. At this time, Gao Yuanxin made up his mind. He was not afraid of Gu Qinsha at all. Your imperial court, the celestial tranquility department, the dragonless cabinet, are the real rebels and remnants. Now, I want to set things right with the officials of the heavenly court, so that you can no longer bewitch the hearts of the people and cause trouble here. The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. It is meaningless to say who is the remnant, who is defying the heavens and rebelling against the Tao. Gu Qinsha was very patient. Heavenly King Donghua, the divine prefecture has been suppressed by me, and the heavenly court cannot rise. What can you do? In my opinion, why don't you go back and inform the celestial arch to come out and fight with me? If he loses, he will naturally be devoured by me. Then I will win. You are all remnants of the celestial arch. If I lose, all the victory belongs to you. How about it? This way, it is simple and clear. Don't worry, the Emperor of Heaven will come out and fight you sooner or later. Heavenly King Dong Hua laughed coldly. But not now. You have also discovered that you're not in a good position. As time passes, your control over the divine prefecture will become weaker and weaker. In the end, you will be deserted by everyone, and your power will also become weaker and weaker. At that time, the Emperor of Heaven will come out to deal with you. Right now, the Emperor of Heaven does not want to deal with you. He has more important things to do, and that is to kill Gu Taxian, or to let the heavenly Tao devour Gu Taxian. As for you, you will die by yourself. You will not be taken seriously by the Emperor of Heaven. Very well. Gu Qinsha nodded. If that is the case, then I will reduce all the remaining heavenly kings to mortals and seize their source. Let's see if it can still hold back and not come out to be a turtle hiding in its shell. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 876. 1 second remember 09, providing you with exciting reading. Chapter 873. Foresight, Gu Qinsha, you're so fierce. Aren't you afraid that you'll die without a burial in the future? Gao Yuanxin was furious. You actually want to destroy the future heavenly court. This is actually the end of the world. Without the heavenly court to maintain order, the world will collapse and everyone will cease to exist. If you stop your foolish actions now, the world can still be saved. Heavenly King Donghua, this kid knows nothing. He thinks he's the reincarnation of the infinity treasure. Gu Qinsha smiled. I know that the you in front of me is not your real body. Your real body has already merged with the Hongmeng tree and is hidden. But do you think I can't find you? How can you find me? With those 3 useless celestial venerables? The transparent man in the long robe, Heavenly King Donghua's incarnation, sneered. Not necessarily. Gu Qinsha said, those 3 celestial venerables are traitors. On the surface, they've pledged allegiance to me, but in reality, they've already followed you and are ready to plot against me at any time. Isn't that right? But with their little cultivation, they're trying to win from both sides. They're simply digging their own graves. The 3 celestial venerables had originally pledged allegiance to Gu Qinsha, and Gu Qinsha had even set up some kind of restriction on them. But Gu Qinsha knew that the 3 celestial venerables had no loyalty at all. They were as cunning as the great spirit god. The 3 celestial venerables had long pledged allegiance to Heavenly King Donghua, and even received some kind of blessing from the Emperor of Heaven. They were still deceiving him, but Gu Qinsha treated them as clowns. The 3 celestial venerables still had some fate in them, so Gu Qinsha wasn't going to kill them. From Gu Qinsha's point of view, the 3 celestial venerables hadn't fully fattened up yet. Once they were, he could kill them. The three celestial venerables wouldn't be loyal to anyone, not even the Emperor of Heaven. They would absorb the fate of the Emperor of Heaven's camp to strengthen themselves. This way, it was equivalent to weakening the future strength of the heavenly court. Now that the future Emperor of Heaven of the heavenly court was in hiding, Gu Chansha had devoured the origin of the Gate Jin Heavenly King, and the Punisher Heavenly King was under his control. The other Heavenly Kings, such as the Innocuous Heavenly King, the Blazing Heavenly King, the Calamity Heavenly King, the Chaotic Heavenly King, the Grand Overarching Heavenly King, the Donghua Heavenly King, and the Wisdom Heavenly King were all against him. However, their strength was nothing compared to the Heavenly Venerate Gu Chansha. 09 Small Say Net. 09 Gu Chansha was going to use the force of a thunderbolt to eradicate all the Heavenly Kings. In the future, the backbone of the Heavenly Court would be the 9 Heavenly Kings, the Master of the Sun and Moon. If he subdued the 9 Heavenly Kings, the future fate of the Heavenly Court would be further weakened, and the power of the Emperor of Heaven would be reduced. This would create more opportunities for Gu Chansha to defeat the Emperor of Heaven. However, Gu Chansha knew that the battle between him and the Emperor of Heaven in the future would be extremely tragic. Even if the Emperor of Heaven lost everything, it would not be easy for him to defeat him. This had already involved some kind of battle of the highest realm. Whoever won would win the eternal future. This was so important that Gu Chansha knew that if he wanted to win, he would have to pay a terrible price and suffer unbearable pain in the end. Of course, he would not compromise because of this. At this point, he could not compromise. He had to go all the way. Go! The transparent man in the robe, Heavenly King Donghua, had long known that Gu Chench's power was monstrous. Now that he had found him, even if it was only an incarnation, he must not let it fall into his hands. Otherwise, with the means of the other party, he could refine this incarnation and find the location of his real body. Buzz, Heavenly King Donghua unfolded his robe and wrapped Gao Yuanxin. Then he began to flee quickly. However, with a slight movement of his body, Gu Chansha had already turned into an article, a picture scroll covering the sky and the earth. It slowly unfolded, covering the sky and the earth, completely sealing off this place. It seemed that at this moment, the laws of the heaven realm had lost any effect under his tyrannical power. Instead, all the ideas and laws of Gu Chench's Dragonless Heart Sutra were replaced. After becoming a celestial lord, Gu Chench's combat power had in fact surpassed that of the divine essence realm, and he had the taste of competing with the heaven realm. Kill! Heavenly King Donghua's robe suddenly flew up and turned into a huge tree. This tree grew strong and strong, absorbing all the vitality, interfering with the expansion of Gu Chench's Dragonless Heart Sutra, and even began to absorb Gu Chench's energy and cultivation. Primordial transformation, giving birth to all things. Khanate supremacy, God of the Tao. Heavenly King Donghua pointed with a backhand finger. Suddenly, thousands of fruits formed on the tree. These fruits were actually Khanate spiritual treasures. Countless Khanate spiritual treasures shook slightly, flew out, and then gathered together, exploding one after another. In the end, they exploded everywhere, shattering the Khanate world into chaos. Endless explosions combined, and it was even more powerful than the primordial dragon thunder. In itself, the primordial tree was the strongest of the 3 magic treasures, surpassing the sacrificial decree and the primordial dragon gate. Oh! Primordial transformation, path of primordial chaos. No wonder you are ranked 3rd, Heavenly King Donghua. You do pose some threat to me. Unfortunately, this is still useless. Even if you use the real primordial tree, I can still collect it directly. Gu Chench's Dragonless Heart Sutra wrapped inside. Shameless boasting. Heavenly King Donghua said, Gu Chensha, you are only here as a clone. Actually, I know what your real body is doing. It is suppressing the divine prefecture and the 4 wildernesses. Your real body wants to circulate its cultivation and collect the 4 wildernesses, but it is extremely difficult. Apart from that, The changes in the divine prefecture will gradually become more and more difficult for you to suppress. Moreover, the trends in the country are constantly changing. As time passes, you will not be able to keep up. This clone of yours cannot suppress me at all. Wisdom, zenith heaven, chaos, hurry up and help me out. As Heavenly King Dong Hua shouted, 3 beams of light suddenly appeared. As the 3 beams of light changed violently, they turned into a huge mass of chaos, a net-like mass, and a brain-like thing. The manifestation of these 3 things was the chaos, zenith heaven, and the clone of wisdom. The 4 heavenly kings all gathered together, each of them circulating their own transformations and unleashing their strongest attacks. Useless chickens and dogs. Gu Chansha sneered. If you 9 heavenly kings join forces and gather together to form the great formation of the future celestial court, you might be able to withstand it. Apart from that, you guys are no match for me at all. As Gu Chansha was speaking, the dragonless cultivation technique circulated continuously. It was unknown where the power had come from, but it suddenly expanded by 10 times. Rumble. First, Heavenly King Dong Hua's clone fell within, and then the Heavenly King of Wisdom's brain clone fell into the Dragonless Heart Sutra's chapter. On the other hand, the clones of Chaos and Zenith Heaven suddenly exploded. It was unknown what secret technique they used, but they actually sacrificed themselves to prevent Gu Chansha from grabbing their clones. In other words, they had the ability to self-destruct in front of Gu Chansha. Gather. Gu Chansha moved slightly, and the Dragonless Heart Sutra's chapter first wrapped around Heavenly King Dong Hua, Heavenly King of Wisdom, and Gao Yuanxin. Then, an endless amount of power circulated. The chapter of the Dragonless Heart Sutra wrapped around the 2 clones and Gao Yuanxin, absorbing all sorts of information. With a long roar, all of the power on Gao Yuanxin's body was absorbed by the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and the infinite I fell into his hands. After that, the clone of Heavenly King Dong Hua and Heavenly King of Wisdom were digested as well, and more information appeared on Gu Chencha's body. Heavenly King Dong Hua, Heavenly King of Wisdom, I've caught hold of your true bodies. A smile appeared on Gu Chencha's face. He then looked at Gao Yuanxin, who had turned into an ordinary person. Gao Yuanxin, our imperial court has not treated you badly. To think that you would hate us so much, I really don't understand. Back then, you were just a farmer, and your family was oppressed for generations. But after our dynasty was established, we gave you education and martial arts, allowing you to become a cultivator. And yet, you have a deep hatred for our imperial court. If this isn't ingratitude, then what is? These small favors of yours are nothing compared to the righteousness of the heavenly Tao. Gao Yuanxin cursed out. Gu Chansha, even if you've taken away my infinite eye, you can't make me submit. Righteousness of the heavenly Tao. Gu Chansha shook his head. You're just an ordinary person now. If our imperial court doesn't protect you, you'll be devoured by the demons immediately. You'll be harmed by the demons, and you'll be oppressed by the other immortal cultivators. But now that you have our imperial court, you can still lead a peaceful life. As he spoke, his body moved slightly, sending Gao Yuanxin back into the divine prefecture. Gu Chansha had no intention of killing Gao Yuanxin. To him, a small fry like Gao Yuanxin was not worth killing. Moreover, he was no longer killing people now. To him, killing people was meaningless. Once he defeated the Emperor of Heaven, everything would move according to his will. In fact, he could even change the hearts of people. After absorbing 2 clones and getting the infinite eye, my dragonless mental magic is a bit more complete, but it's still not enough. Last time, I only got 99% of the knowledge of the ancient civilization, so my dragonless mental magic isn't complete. If I can get the complete knowledge of the ancient civilization and the secrets of the one God system, I'll be able to reach the heavenly longevity level. If I devour the system and the battleship, I'll be able to reach the heaven origin level. Gu Chansha calculated. Right now, the system and the battleship have chosen the ancient mystical sand, which is still within Father's control. The ancient mystical sand can't do anything right, but it can only spoil things. When the bloodline in his body slowly seeps into the battleship, causing the battleship system to be unknowingly infiltrated by the Gu family's bloodline, the system will not be able to turn back. By this point, Gu Chansha was looking at things from Gu Taxin's point of view. He was looking at the Tao of heaven. Other than him, no one could possibly contend with him. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 877. Gu Chansha did some calculations and had already deduced where Heavenly King Dong Hua and Heavenly King Wisdom were hiding. He was about to head over and suppress them, extracting Heavenly King Wisdom's origin and putting Heavenly King Dong Hua's Hongmeng tree into his body. With the three treasures combined, he could unleash great power. But at this moment, news came from the Dragonless Cabinet, forcing him to return to deal with some matters. Whoosh! Gu Chench's clone went directly to the Dragonless Cabinet. The Dragonless Cabinet was now the real authority of the court, and the Dragonless Cabinet was now built in Sin Province City, the real center of the Divine Prefecture. It was neither the old capital city nor the new capital city of the wilderness. Back then, Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor moved the capital outside the pass, which led to the shift of the world's power. The wilderness was rapidly developed, and everyone gained great benefits. But now the situation had changed. The biggest war was no longer the war between humans and the barbarians, but the war between humans and demons. The focus of the common people was once again on the demon region. Sin Province City was now the most prosperous place in the world. Countless layers of the demon region were attacked by humans, and countless demons were killed and plundered, becoming human resources. The battlefield in the demon region also gave humans great training. In the battle between humans and demons, humans had gained the upper hand. They used the countless layers of the demon region as a training ground and a hunting ground. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. Therefore, the fate of the world and the fate of the human nation were all gathered in Sin Province City. Gu Chansha and the others naturally had to establish a cabinet in Sin Province City to manage the world and suppress the Divine Prefecture. We have a person called Zhang Ziren in our Department of Tranquility. Is he the reincarnation of the Endless Flame? After he woke up, he immediately reported that he was willing to offer the Endless Flame to the country. Gu Chansha arrived in the Dragonless Cabinet. Lu Baiwe, Zhuge Wenhong, Gu Huasha, Longevity God, Chang Weiyang, Chang Yuzhou, Warrior Sage, and the other higher-ups were all there. They were handling their own affairs, monitoring the changes in the Four Wilds, the Divine Prefecture, and the depths of the demon region. The situation in the world was changing with each passing day. Countless Tao realm cultivators were born almost every moment. Apart from that, it was extremely easy for humans to ascend. After many people advanced to the Tao realm, they directly cultivated the 9 bulls and 2 tigers, copper skin and iron bones, gold devouring stone, spirit gathering 100 apertures, innate earth chi, and other transformations. If this went on, in less than a year, the world would be filled with experts. Even the common people would be able to completely break away from the mortal world. All of them would reach the Tao realm, and all of them would be able to cultivate innate stellar energy, allowing them to fly. In this way, not only would the destiny of the country increase, but it would also bring about a series of troubles. People were not satisfied. Everyone had ambitions and desires. This was something that could not be changed. Even the heavenly Tao could not change it. Naturally, Gu Chansha could not do anything about it. As the strength of the people grew, so did their ambitions. If there were too many ambitious people, it would instead weaken the destiny of the country. It didn't mean that the stronger the people of a country were, the stronger the country's fate would be. On the contrary, in the power tactics of the emperors of the past, there were times when the people had to be ignorant and weak. Even some supreme principles say that the people can only have their stomach filled, but not their intelligence. Zhang Ziren, come up. At that moment, Lu Baiwe saw that Gu Chansha had arrived. She gave some instructions, and instantly, a young man was brought into the hall. He had red lips and white teeth, and he looked like an elegant young man. He had a calm demeanor, but deep down, he was extremely hot-blooded. One look, and one could tell that he was a young man who had been influenced by the ideals of the calming celestial department. The calming celestial department had groomed many such hot-blooded young men. They were the foundations of the future, the pillars of the country. The moment this hot-blooded young man called Zhang Ziren entered and saw Liu Baiyue, Gu Chansha, and the others, a look of worship and shock appeared on his face. Hata! He knelt down on one knee and a ball of flames appeared in his hand. Subordinate Zhang Ziren has recently awakened the boundless flame. It turns out that I am the reincarnation of the boundless flame. However, I know that this boundless flame is a great restriction for me. Therefore, I am willing to give up this boundless flame and offer it to the country. Very good. Gu Chinch's eyes repeatedly looked at this Zhang Ziren. He didn't collect the endless flame, but rather, he was observing his past and future. After a long time, Gu Chansha finally spoke. As expected, you are a good young man. Only when there are more young men like you will there be hope for our imperial court and the world. You took the initiative to give up the endless flame for the sake of the world. You should be clear on what exactly the endless 36 treasures are. Your subordinate is very clear. Your subordinate has diligently studied the recent heavenly talisman tome, and there are many secrets about the endless 36 treasures. These treasures are related to the secret of the birth of the Emperor of Heaven in the future, as well as the changes in the divine prefecture. In other words, if the endless 36 treasures were to fall into the hands of ambitious people, it might cause the divine prefecture to once again experience a calamity, causing us to lose our homeland. This is something I will absolutely not allow. Zhang Ziren's voice was powerful and resonant. Hence, I hope that the imperial court can gather the endless 36 treasures as soon as possible, and then completely refine the divine prefecture, causing the heavenly court to be unable to appear in the future, causing the birth of the Emperor of Heaven to die in the womb. For you to have such thoughts, it seems like you have truly comprehended the quintessence of our dragonless Tao. In that case, if you give up the endless flame, it'll be a great merit, but your personal strength will also be greatly weakened. Our imperial court is very fair in its rewards and punishments. We will not let you suffer losses, and in fact, we will even allow you to improve tremendously. Gu Chansha clasped his hands together, and instantly, the endless flame landed in his hands. It rotated slightly and disappeared, merging into the Dragonless Heart Sutra. After that, Gu Chansha made a grabbing motion again. An article appeared, constantly changing and circulating. Finally, with a flash of golden light, it fell into the body of this Zhang Ziren. The body of Zhang Ziren changed bit by bit, and with a single thought, another ball of flame was born from within his body. The power of this flame was extremely great, as if it could sweep through the heavens and refine all things. Its power surpassed that of the endless flame that had just been given up. This is the dragonless flame, and its power surpasses that of the endless flame. Furthermore, it can also temper your body, allowing your cultivation base to quickly reach the godly level, saint level, and even the celestial lord level. Gu Chansha said, this flame can still grow. As long as you circulate your own spirit and thoughts, and use the Dragonless Heart Sutra to refine the Dragonless Chi that surpasses the heavenly Taos, you will be able to make this flame even stronger. Indeed, my power has increased by at least twofold. The profoundness of this flame far surpasses that of the endless flame. To be honest, this flame contains secrets that surpass the heavenly Taos, and it has made me understand that only the human heart can surpass the heavenly Taos. Zhang Ziren circulated the dragonless flame in his body, and an expression of extreme surprise appeared on his face. This flame has seized the profoundness of the heavenly Taos, and has the effect of endless cycles. It can break through the ancient times, and is invincible like the sun and the moon. That's right. Since you've already comprehended it, you can also use this flame to contact the dragonless gourd. If you encounter any danger, this flame will automatically notify the dragonless gourd, and the power from the depths of the dragonless gourd will descend to protect you. Lu Baiwe said, "You've contributed by giving up this treasure, and I'll still promote you. Your position will be increased by 5 ranks, and your remuneration will be increased. You can also lead a department to patrol the country and monitor those who are disobedient and ambitious." Yes, Zhang Ziren prostrated himself. I also know that the strength of the people in the country is increasing with every passing moment, and their ambitions are also growing. I need to monitor them well, persuade them, and influence them so that they walk the right path and are united. Otherwise, there will be chaos. Go! Gu Qinsha waved his hand. Zhang Ziren respectfully retreated. What do you think of this kid? Lu Baiwe asked Gu Qinsha. This kid isn't simple, and he might not be the reincarnation of the endless flame. But in my divination, there's nothing wrong with him at all. Gu Qinsha's face was expressionless. But now that I've cultivated to this realm, I can sense many things. As long as I improve further, I'll be able to observe everything. Let's not talk about this kid's problem. Lu Baiwe said, "We've done a lot of data analysis recently. There have been many Dao realm experts in the world, and the country's luck has increased. However, the country's luck is showing signs of being impure. Many people raise their cultivation levels, and their state of mind changes. The speed at which their ambitions grow is much faster than their cultivation. Recently, across the entire country, there have been several tens of people who have secretly attained a breakthrough to the divine level. The moment these people attained a breakthrough to the divine level, deep in their hearts, the ambition to rule over the world, to become kings and emperors arose. Although they did not express it, we could sense the core of their hearts. Perhaps they were suppressing it, but there was no way for them to suppress such thoughts. But we can't punish these people because of this. After all, it's just too preposterous to judge people based on their thoughts and sudden thoughts. This is also the greatest challenge the heavenly Tao has given us." Gu Qinsha looked at the numerous records of data and understood everything. "I will solve this matter completely. A person's thoughts are ever-changing, and no one can control what they will think in the next moment. Their thoughts and emotions will rise and fall. Even the heavenly venerables, heavenly longevity realm, heavenly essence realm, and even the heaven realm will have their own thoughts. We basically can't stop this. But now that we can monitor the emotional changes of the people in the world, it can be considered a great improvement. We can grasp the hearts of the people at any time and choose the direction to correct them. Based on our calculations, in another year, the country's luck will go downhill. Who knows how many ambitious people will appear in the world? Many people will break away from the structure of the imperial court and even become kings and emperors. Their ambitions can't be suppressed, and when their ambitions expand, they can even burn themselves into ashes." When Hong sighed and said, "Actually, with us sitting in this position now, countless people will be envious of us. They will think of pulling us down and taking control themselves." Hey! Chapter 878. Look, this is the fate of the Yonkoes nation. In a certain secret place within the endless mainland, a gigantic crystal ball was formed out of nowhere. Within that crystal ball was a map of the 4 wilds and the divine prefecture. Surrounding the crystal ball were a few people. They were none other than Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, Xian Xian, Gu Hua, and Jing Xiu, who had escaped earlier on. After the 5 of them had triggered the tribulations, they did not manage to succeed. Even now, the 4 wilds were being suppressed by Gu Chansha, such that they could not wreak havoc at all. Therefore, they could only flee like dogs that had lost their homes, hiding all over the place, not daring to get close to the 4 wilds and the divine prefecture at all. Xian Xian, Gu Hua, Gu Changjian, and Jing Xiu had obtained the heart of the eastern wilderness, the heart of the desolate ocean, the heart of the savage wilderness, and the heart of the desolate desert respectively. When they joined forces, they were able to manipulate the source of the four wilds and affect the divine prefecture. For example, Gu Hua could even create countless disasters, causing the storms on the seas to sweep inland, causing the seawater to flow in reverse, turning the entire divine prefecture into an ocean. Furthermore, he was not only the lord of the desolate ocean, but also the heavenly king of calamities. When the two of them worked together, they could practically bring about endless tribulations to the divine prefecture. But right now, the power that Gu Chansha had split out was enough to suppress the desolate ocean to the point that it could not move at all. Countless oceans were tranquil, and the weather was favorable, causing the divine prefecture to be in a state of peace. Guwa could not create any disasters at all. In fact, he knew that the moment he entered the four wilds, he would be under the control of Gu Chencha's imperial court. In fact, he might even be suppressed, making it hard for him to escape. Therefore, these people were like bugs in the sewers, hiding everywhere. In the corners of the heaven realm, they plotted and schemed, trying to find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Gu Chensha. The Yonko's destiny is as red as fire, condensed into a corporeal form that can incinerate everything. It's millions and millions of times stronger than the destiny of the previous dynasties. With the support of this destiny, it's no wonder Gu Chansha was able to cultivate to such a level and even pose a threat to the heavenly court in the future. However, look, there are hidden dangers within this destiny. Within that fiery red destiny, there are many black tribulations. These black tribulations are the ambitions of humans. Jing Qiu pointed at the eternal dynasty of the four wastelands in the crystal ball and said, "Look, these are the evidence." As expected, when Xian, Xin, and the others looked over, they discovered that in the midst of a nation's fortune that was engulfing the world like flames, there were many black auras that resembled insects being born. After these black auras were born, they were refined by the nation's fortune. But following that, more and more black auras appeared. Refining one strand gave birth to 10 strands. Refining 10 strands gave birth to 100 strands. These people were all peerless experts at the heavenly longevity realm. Naturally, they knew what was going on. Ha ha ha, Xian Xin laughed. With this, the heavenly Daos will change, and the divine prefecture will be filled with heroes. When the time comes, everyone will be an expert. Let's see how that Gu Chansha can suppress the ambitions of humans. We just need to wait and see, and the imperial court will fall into chaos. Putting out fires everywhere will only bring trouble to ourselves. That's right. We need to wait and see. At this time, a voice rang out. The five looked over and saw a few people. The Great Spirit God, Immortal Teacher Wan, God Mahakasayapa, and the chaotic world demonic deity Ape. 4 people came, led by Mighty Miracle God. Especially when Jing Qiu saw the Mighty Miracle God, he was instantly shocked because he discovered that the Mighty Miracle God's aura was completely different. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything, but upon closer inspection, the great thousand energy surging from the Mighty Miracle God's body encompassed the 8 desolaces and devoured the universe, growing and multiplying endlessly. It was actually no longer the heavenly longevity realm, but the heaven origin realm. The Great Spirit God, you've broken through to the divine essence realm? That means you're the first living being to break through to the divine essence realm? Jing Qiu's hands trembled. That's right. I've successfully broken through to the divine essence realm. The Great Spirit God smiled. From the star of the heavenly talisman 36 years, the heavenly Tao stopped monitoring the world, and I broke through because of this. However, even though I had broken through to the heaven primordial realm, I was still no match for Gu Chensha. Hence, I could only endure it. I didn't want to be protected by the Gate Gene Heavenly King and the Gate Gene Heavenly King. But even the Gate Gene Heavenly King and the Gate Gene Heavenly King were devoured by Gu Chensha. Fortunately, we managed to escape and were alerted earlier, allowing us to receive guidance from an expert. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would still be trapped in the dragonless gourd, praying and worshiping every day, unable to escape. That's right. There are about 2,000 true gods gathered in the dragonless gourd. Gu Chansha can rely on this to receive a large number of sacrifices to maintain his body's operation and cultivation base. God Maha said, "This person's power is already established. We can't go against him for now, so we can only work together to prevent him from bringing about his own destruction. Are we going to establish another alliance?" Xian Xin said with a strange expression. The alliance that we established in the Black Heaven and Earth sect collapsed in an instant. The Celestial Master was captured, and so was my ancestor Heaven and Earth. Now, the entire sect is in Gu Chincha's hands, and the Eastern Baron is stable. Even if I'm recognized by the Eastern Baron Heart, I can't use the power of the Eastern Baron anymore. If this goes on, the 4 barons will definitely be suppressed by Gu Chinsha. Wan Xinqi, you used to be one of us. What do you think now? That little bastard Gu Chansha is full of qi. We can't defeat him for now, but sooner or later, we'll suppress him and watch him die a miserable death. Wan Xinqi's face darkened. Xian Xin, your heart of infinity is in his hands now, and you can't use the power of the Eastern Baron anymore. You're very weak now. You have to be careful of being plotted against. Don't worry, I have a way to protect myself, Xian Xin said. Xian Xin said, however, it's necessary for us to stop scheming against each other. We have to let go of all our past grievances. Also, we're following the future heavenly court. I think you're here today because you've received instructions from a heavenly king? That's right. We've been instructed by chaotic heavenly king and heavenly king Daluo to join forces and cultivate a formation. The great spirit god said, once this formation is completed, the qi of the divine prefecture will become denser and the heavenly court of the divine prefecture will be activated. It will allow the people with the bloodline of the divine prefecture to cultivate faster, and then they'll understand that they're the strong men of the heavenly court. That way, the imperial court will fall apart. So it has such a magical effect. If that's the case, let's join together, Gu Tanjian said happily. None of you need to join. Join my side. At that moment, another person appeared in front of them. This person was very powerful, and it seemed like even the calamity of the universe couldn't do anything to him. It was the crown prince, Gu Xiansha. Gu Xiansha, why are you here? Weren't you imprisoned? Gu Tanjian said, my good nephew and son, don't you care about your uncle and father? Gu Xiansha looked at Gu Changjian with a sinister smile on his face. Gu Changjian was Gu Xuansha's son, but Gu Changjian was the reincarnation of Infinity Blade. All these years, he'd been plotting against Gu Xiansha and obtained the Heart of Man. Because of that, his relationship with Gu Xiansha had faded a lot. Congratulations on escaping, father. Gu Changjian carefully sensed Gu Xuansha's aura, but he couldn't see through it. In the past and the future, Gu Xiansha didn't exist. He was shocked. He knew that Gu Xiansha must have had a miraculous encounter. Father, you were able to escape Gu Chincha's suppression. You must have had a miraculous encounter. That's right. Gu Xiansha clasped his hands behind his back. I had a miraculous encounter, one that you can't imagine. I'm going to come out and take back what belongs to me. I'm the crown prince. If the emperor isn't here, then the throne is mine. I'm the master of the divine prefecture, the master of the 4 wilds, the master of the heaven world, the master of all worlds, the only master in history. Emperor Heaven, Gu Chansha, they'll all be suppressed, captured, and devoured by me. Crazy, crazy. God Maha frowned. He felt that things weren't good. What? You don't believe me? You don't want to be under me? Crown Prince Gu Xiansha moved his body, and suddenly, a ray of light covered everything. In the overwhelming light, no one could move, including mighty miracle God, who had just reached the divine origin realm. Under Gu Xuansha's light, they were like ants in front of a stormy sea. They couldn't fight back at all. This is the power of the prehistoric civilization. The Great Spirit God roared. Yes, the Great Spirit God. You know what's good for you, Gu Xiansha said proudly. Crown Prince Gu Xiansha said proudly, "Submit to me, and I'll give you more power." The prehistoric civilization didn't collapse even after the heavenly tribulation. This shows how vast this civilization is. As long as you submit to me, even if you fail, you can rise again in the next era. The most important thing is that in this era, I can replace the future heavenly court and devour the Emperor Heaven and Gu Chansha to obtain the strongest power. You'll have a great future if you follow me. Do you understand? What if we don't want to? The chaotic demon god apes struggled. Then die. Crown Prince Gu Xiansha said, "Although I really need your power of worship, if you don't surrender to me, I will immediately kill you and turn you into puppets and magic treasures. With you as the foundation, I can definitely refine the strongest puppets. I'm willing to surrender." The Great Spirit God was the first to make his stand. Xian Xin was still struggling. From the bottom of his heart, he definitely wanted to kill all the people who had the blood of Gu Taxian. However, he was ambitious but not talented. He had been killed before, and now, after his resurrection, he had not achieved any success. Instead, one wrong step led to many wrong steps. In the end, he ended up like a stray dog. He wanted to kill Gu Xiansha in front of him, but the situation was stronger than him. In the end, he suppressed his hatred and said, "I'm also willing to surrender." Very good. Guhua, Jingxiu, you are the reincarnations of the Heavenly King. Will you surrender? Gu Xiansha asked again. You can watch all kinds of things you want to watch. Chapter 879. Chapter 876. Establishing the Crown Prince's might apart from being desolate sea's idea. Guhua was also the reincarnation of the Heavenly King of Calamities. Jingxiu was the desolate lord and the innocuous Heavenly King. His innocuous Heavenly King's origin had come from Jing Fanxing, but it seemed that the Heavenly Tao had already recognized him as the innocuous Heavenly King's clone. In addition, Jingxiu was the reincarnation of the Endless River. If it weren't for the fact that he was opposing Gu Chansha, Jingxiu's life would have been smooth sailing. However, his ambition hadn't died. He had always wanted to overthrow the world. He had been the first to raise a flag in rebellion, so he had always been at a disadvantage against Gu Chansha. Now he couldn't even use the desolate lord's origin. He had lost his greatest support, and the Holy Sama Empire was prepared to give up. He couldn't fight against Gu Chansha. However, he wouldn't give up. He would oppose Gu Chansha again and again. This time, Crown Prince Gu Xiansha had to subdue everyone. Deep down, Jingxiu was actually the most resistant. He hated the Gu family the most, and his desire to overthrow the Gu family was even greater than Xuanxin's. However, the situation was stronger than he was, so he could only endure. Otherwise, Gu Xiansha would definitely kill him and take all his origin. No one could protect him. I am willing to submit. Jingxiu lowered his head. Good, very good. You will all become my subordinates. In the future, the Emperor of Heaven and the Heavenly Court will have nothing to do with each other. I have obtained all the teachings and power of the prehistoric civilization. Right now, I am the only powerful existence in the world, and I have status and righteousness. After all, I am the Crown Prince. Gu Chansha, Lu Baiwei, and the others use their power to deprive me of my position. This is illegal and not recognized by the people. Now, the people's resentment is boiling. That way, we still have a good chance. Not only will Gu Chansha and the Emperor of Heaven fight to the death, we can also take advantage of the situation. Crown Prince Gu Xiansha said, that way, the world will be under our control. After you join me, your status will definitely surpass the Heavenly Kings in the future. Everyone looked at each other and said helplessly, we will follow the Crown Prince's lead. Ha, good, very good. Crown Prince Gu Xiansha laughed and said, your cultivation is extremely weak to me, but to 99% of the experts in the world, you are already peerless experts. Now, while worshipping me, he is also bringing me to capture other experts, such as Heavenly King Primal Chaos, Heavenly King Grand Firmament, Heavenly King East Flower, and Heavenly King Wisdom. After that, I will capture the master of the sun and moon, Gu Tiansha, and the great burning heavenly king. As long as I have all of them under my command, I can use my own bloodline to invade the prehistoric civilization system and completely master this Tao. However, it's impossible for us to completely grasp the whereabouts of primal chaos, zenith heaven, east flower, and wisdom. These four heavenly kings are extremely powerful, and we have no way of finding them. We can only passively accept their orders, the Great Spirit God said hurriedly. The Great Spirit God, you are now in the divine primordial realm. Even in the future, your cultivation will be enough to shock the heavens. Don't show weakness in front of me now. Crown Prince Gu Xianshan knew the Great Spirit God very well. In his opinion, the Great Spirit God was also very unreliable, but he felt that his power could completely suppress him. Using this person's cunning to deal with Gu Qiansha was perfect. Your Highness, we need to expand our power now. If we want to squash a persimmon, we have to find a weak one. Primal chaos, zenith heaven, east flower, and wisdom have emperor heaven behind them. If we attack, we may be destroyed. Emperor heaven is even more powerful than Gu Qiansha. The Great Spirit God's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. I think we should return to the divine land now, set up a banner, and regain what Crown Prince should have. More importantly, I know that the prehistoric civilization's orthodoxy also needs the power of sacrifice. From the sacrifice, we can extract some substances that surpass the heavenly Tao. With these substances, Crown Prince will become stronger and stronger. The people of the divine land must be in our hands. Now is not the time. Crown Prince Gu Xiansha looked at the Great Spirit God coldly and showed his murderous intent. The Great Spirit God, you want me to fight to the death with Gu Qiansha, and then let Emperor Heaven take advantage of you? No matter what, you can rely on Emperor Heaven and become his subject. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts after submitting to me. You should be punished. Kneel down. Kaboom! A huge power exploded from Crown Prince Gu Xiansha and suppressed the Great Spirit God. The Great Spirit God screamed. Even though he had cultivated to the divine origin realm, he could only be suppressed by this huge power. He knelt down and could not move. Crown Prince, spare me. Spare me. The Great Spirit God hurriedly shouted. Crown Prince, you misunderstood me. I also hope that Crown Prince can control the people of the divine land as soon as possible. Only then can you break through to the highest realm. Humph! Crown Prince Gu Xiansha sneered and said, I will spare you this time for the sake of making use of you. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. If you work for me honestly, don't blame me for being cruel and merciless. Do you hear me? He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. These people were all geniuses. They had thought that Crown Prince Gu Xiansha was a piece of trash. They did not expect that this piece of trash would suddenly rise to the top. They did not dare to be angry and dare to speak. They could only bow down. Gu Changjian, you're my son. If you don't listen to me and have other ideas, don't blame me for being righteous. Gu Xiansha looked at him. Yes, father. Gu Changjian had no other choice. Let's go. Gu Xiansha waved his hand. Suddenly, a light appeared. A small warship appeared between his eyebrows and sucked all the people present into the warship. The next moment, they all entered a blazing space. The space was filled with golden flames. The flames flickered and floated, showing the shape of a three-legged golden crow. This was the most terrible true fire. It could burn everything. Is he in the sun? Many people in the warship saw clearly and immediately knew what Gu Xiansha was doing there. The sun in the heaven realm shone on the infinite space. Even though the heaven realm was vast, the sun could still illuminate the world. Even though the Great Spirit God had reached the Tianyuan realm, he still did not dare to enter the sun alone. There were high and low Tianyuan realms. The Great Spirit God had just reached the Tianyuan realm. Compared to the sun in the heaven realm, he was much weaker. For example, the difference between a 7th-rank county magistrate and a 1st-rank prime minister was the same as the difference between the Great Spirit God and the sun in the heaven realm. However, Although the sun in the heaven realm was strong, Gu Xiansha thought it was nothing. He had the protection of the warship and the system of the prehistoric civilization. The sun in the heaven realm was just a supplement to him. After entering the sun, Gu Xiansha felt the power that could burn everything. It was formed by the will of the heaven realm. It was no small matter. In theory, the power of the sun in the heaven realm was far greater than that of the primordial tree, the heaven's sacrifice talisman, and the Urwild's dragon gate. Therefore, the Lord of the Sun and the Moon was one of the strongest beings in the world, second only to the Emperor of Heaven. Sooner or later, I will refine this sun and integrate it into the system. Gu Xiansha was very ambitious. Gu Qiansha refined the Urwild's dragon gate and the heaven sacrifice talisman. He is invincible now. If I completely refine the sun and the moon, it will be like stealing the will of the heaven realm. I will use the will of the heaven realm to power the warship and the system of the one God. I will be the God. The warship and the system of the one God have to recover their power. I have to devour the whole heaven realm. But to do that, I have to start with the divine continent, the sun and the moon. To do that, I have to go against the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Qiansha. I can't do that yet. I can only start with the sun and the moon. I will devour Lord of the Sun and the Moon and use their power to devour the sun and the moon. I want to see how the whole heaven realm will look like without the sun and the moon and the light. While thinking, Gu Xiansha came to the center of the sun. There was an altar in the center of the sun. There was a man sitting on it. It was Gu Tiansha, the Lord of the Sun and the Moon. He was also the product of Gu Taxian's conflict with the heavenly Tao. The Lord of the Sun Moon, Gu Tiansha, was cultivating on the altar. Boundless sacrificial power condensed into an ocean in front of him, and he was extracting some kind of substance from it. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching, so he opened his eyes. Gu Xiansha, I can't believe you came to me. Looks like even a salted fish can make a comeback. The Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Tiansha, stared at the crown prince, Gu Xiansha, and said, "You have the entire system of the prehistoric civilization, but you are just a puppet. The prehistoric civilization system is using your bloodline and destiny to fight for the divine land. You will be devoured and refined by the system in the end. Quickly come to your senses and submit to me. We can share the system. Right now, the system is in a dormant state. You don't have much power from it, and it hasn't controlled you yet. As you get better at using it, your bloodline will fuse with it. In the end, the system will wake up and devour you. You will be replaced, and you will fall forever. You won't even have a chance to revive. Do you know why the system chose you? It's not because you're really talented. It's because Gu Taxian made you the crown prince. You have Gu Taxian's blood flowing in your veins. The power in the bloodline isn't something you can understand." Ha. Crown Prince Gu Xiansha laughed. "Gu Tiansha, you've said so much. Are you done? No matter how much you say, I can't escape the fate of being refined today. I know the system and the battleship are up to no good, but as long as I refine you and devour the sun and moon, I can refine the battleship and the system. Isn't that perfect? Hey." Chapter 880. Gu Xiansha, do you really think you're invincible with this system and battleship? Gu Tiansha, the Lord of the Sun and Moon, stood up slowly. His aura was like the sky, the earth, the void, and the origin. Divine origin. Gu Xiansha said in shock, "You're at the divine origin level. Weren't you at the celestial master level before?" He knew that people like Gu Tiansha could sweep the world as long as they became celestial masters. Just like Gu Qiansha, he was invincible at the celestial master level. Every step he took in the future would be an earth-shattering change. In the past, before Gu Qiansha had become a heavenly venerate, when the Lord of the Sun Moon, Gu Qiansha, had become a heavenly venerate, Gu Qiansha had almost swept through the world. That's right. I've completely assimilated the essence of the Lord of the Sun and Moon, as well as the essence of the Tao of Heaven, and the essence of the ancient immortal trampling. I become something completely new. Did you know that in the 36th year of the heavenly talisman, The Tao of heaven lost control of me, and I was able to assimilate the essence. Now I'm at the heavenly origin level, and my power has increased by more than 100 times. My power has increased by more than 100 times. I can use the power of the sun and moon great thousand, but it's not your own power. How dare you come to me? Gu Tiansha said proudly. I'm not the Lord of the sun and moon anymore. You can call me the Lord of eternity. Yanko means eternity. You want to have the same dream as the Emperor of Heaven just because you've got the relics of the prehistoric civilization? You're delusional. Gu Tiansha, we'll only know who's stronger after we fight. Let's gather the power of the prehistoric civilization. Gu Xiansha suddenly attacked. He broke through layers of obstacles and arrived in front of Gu Tiansha. Fist to rule the world. One punch to shock the world. Gu Tiansha, try the most powerful fist technique of the prehistoric civilization. Fist of the God of Heaven. Dominate everything in the world. Only I can live and die. Crown Prince Gu Xuansha's fist technique was unstoppable. He tore apart everything and sought the ultimate freedom, the freedom above freedom. When he punched, a vortex suddenly appeared with his fist as the center. It contained the power to destroy everything and absorb and crush everything. Suddenly, endless solar, true fire gathered at the center of his fist. The entire sun was about to collapse. This was Gu Tiansha's home ground, but Gu Xuansha's punch was about to absorb the entire sun and turn it into the system's energy source. The sun was the manifestation of the celestial plane's will. The will of the celestial plane was vast and mighty. It was an existence that cultivators could never hope to defeat. In fact, it was an existence that cultivators could not even look up to. However, the warships and the god system of the prehistoric civilization were essentially more tyrannical existences than the heaven realm. What was even more amazing was that the battleship and the system had successfully survived the great calamity of the destruction of the world and the destruction of all living things into primordial chaos. They had actually survived the explosion of primordial chaos and had successfully accumulated a lot of experience points. Even the battleship and the system had been greatly honed. Theoretically speaking, the battleship and the system were almost immortal. Although the blazing sun of the heavenly realm was vast, under the power of the battleship and the system, it was somewhat unable to withstand it. Good, you do have some skill. Gu Tiansha waved his hands, and a talisman appeared. The talisman formed the word Yong. The word spread out and suppressed all the waves. Even Gu Xuansha's punch had lost its power. Gu Xuansha's punch had lost all its power. Yongzhen River and Mountain. Gu Tiansha grabbed Gu Xuansha's fist, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. It's not your own power. It's all because of a magic treasure that you obtained. You want to fight back against me? Do you really think you can devour me? What a joke. You're like a rich man who doesn't know how high the sky is. Do you think you can rebel just because you got some wealth? Gu Tiansha, if you were strong, you wouldn't be hiding here like a turtle. You would go and challenge Gu Qiansha. The Crown Prince's ancient arcane sand fist suddenly became incorporeal, and Gu Tiansha grabbed nothing but air. I didn't expect your cultivation level to rise so quickly. You actually cultivated directly to Heaven Origin Realm. I admit it was a mistake, but you can't do anything to me. Why don't we work together? With this move, Gu Qiansha could tell that it was impossible for him to kill Gu Qiansha. He didn't want to have a pointless fight anymore. He wanted to work together and plot against Gu Qiansha. It's right for us to work together. Gu Tiansha could also see that it was impossible for him to destroy the battleship and system left by the prehistoric civilization, so he started to feign civility. Okay, I think only by working together can we not be taken advantage of by Emperor Heaven and Gu Qiansha. In fact, in terms of the factions in the world, the future Heavenly Court and the Emperor Heaven are the strongest. Of course, Gu Qiansha has the fate of the Divine Prefecture and the court, so he won't be outdone. I'm weaker, and you're much weaker. Crown Prince Gu Qiansha saw the situation clearly. But if we work together, we won't be weaker than Emperor Heaven and Gu Qiansha. That makes sense. In the past, I supported you to take back the position of Crown Prince. Gu Tiansha put on a fake smile and said, but at that time, you were weak and didn't cause any big waves. But now you have really grown up. I will still assist you to become the Crown Prince and fight with Gu Tiansha for fate and luck. In reality, as long as we control all the people of the Divine Prefecture. In fact, as long as we control all the people in the Divine Prefecture, the power of sacrifice every year will be enough to form our immortal bodies. That's right. Right now, the people with the bloodline of the Divine Prefecture are the most valuable wealth. Even if we gather 100 million people with the bloodline of the Divine Prefecture and make them sacrifice to me, the immortal substance extracted from the sacrifice will allow the system and the battleship to recover a lot of power and repair the damage. Then, I will be able to control a large part of the power, Crown Prince Gu Xinsha said. You have to be careful of the 12 leaders in the battleship. Although they are dead and in a deep sleep, their imprints are still there. They can wake up at any time and take over your thoughts. Gu Tiansha seemed to be very familiar with the battleship and the system. A smile appeared on his face. Main God, Main Dawn, Main Ruler, Main Spirit, Main Shio, Main Blaze, Main Mi, Main Sa, Main Pu, Main Na, Main Ian, Main Si. If the 12 main gods gather together, you won't be a match at all. How are you so familiar with the battleship and the system? Crown Prince Gu Xinsha was wary. Naturally, I'm omniscient. I carry the essence of the ancient treading immortal, and the ancient treading immortal fused with the immortal Lord. So I've long understood all the secrets of the prehistoric civilization. That's why he created the Great Massacre God art. The Great Massacre God art itself is a supreme art created by combining the immortal Tao civilization and the prehistoric civilization. Gu Qinsha's tone seemed to have a lot of magic. In fact, you know why you obtained this battleship. This is also Gu Taxian's arrangement. Gu Taxian conferred you the title of Crown Prince in order to capture this battleship. After all, this battleship and the system fought against the heavenly Tao. Although it failed, it has actually obtained some immortality. Of course, after you obtained this battleship, you also carried the fate of this battleship, which is to fight against the heavenly Tao and the Emperor of Heaven. That way, when you and the Emperor of Heaven fight to the death, it will be Gu Qinsha who comes out to reap the fruits of the labor. Therefore, Gu Taxian arranged for you to be the Crown Prince in order to make a wedding dress for Gu Qinsha. I'm sure you're very clear about this. Since he conferred you the title of Crown Prince, he has to give you authority. However, he gave the Emperor of Heaven token to Liu Baiwei. Why? Have you thought about it? Damn it. Crown Prince Gu Tiansha clenched his fists. So I was a sacrificial pawn. Everything was to help Gu Qinsha. But what about you? Speaking of which, we are still brothers. What's going on with your birth? Was it part of Gu Taxian's plan? My birth was an accident, Gu Tiansha said. Gu Tiansha said, the heavenly Tao and Gu trampling celestial couldn't defeat each other, so they were secretly making arrangements. The heavenly Tao gave birth to an incarnation, which was Celestial Emperor, while Gu trampling celestial was nurturing Gu Qinsha. As for me, I am the result of their entanglement, an existence that no one can control. Now that I have reached the heaven origin stage, I know everything about the heavenly Tao, and I also know everything about the ancient immortal treading. Theoretically speaking, I'm the strongest existence because no one can control my fate. Of course, I also have a flaw, which is that I lost a tenth of my origin, causing my origin to be incomplete. It was taken away by Gu Qinsha, so I was unable to cultivate to the highest level. Otherwise, I would be able to suppress you right now. Let's not talk about this. Let's work together to expand our strength. Individually, none of us can compare to the Emperor of Heaven or Gu Qinsha. But if we work together, can we kill any one of them? Crown Prince Gu Tiansha's eyes glittered with ferocity. His hatred for Gu Qinsha, Liu Baiwei, and the others had reached a boiling point. Don't do anything rash for now. It'll be difficult for us to work together. Unless you're willing to release some sort of warding magic and let me hack into the system of the one God and the battleship, I can take the Lord God, Lord Dawn, Lord Sovereign, Lord Spirit, Lord Rest, Lord Blaze, Lord Me, Lord Mass, Lord Na, Lord Ian, and Lord C. Once you absorb the sealing marks of the 12 Magisters, you'll feel a lot less pressure on you. You'll also have more control over the battleship and the systems of the one God. It'll be a win-win situation. Truth be told, you're not strong enough to take full control of the battleship and the systems. Crown Prince Gu Tiansha burst out laughing. Gu Tiansha, are you trying to bully me for being naive? How about we play a big game? If you want to devour the 12 leaders, why don't we make a deal? I'll give you half of the system. Then you can help me refine the sun and moon. Hey. Chapter 881. Refining the Sun and Moon. Hearing this, Gu Tiansha didn't come back to his senses. Then, a hideous smile appeared on his face. Gu Xiansha, you're really ambitious. You should know that the sun and moon represent the will of the heaven realm. If you refine them, not only will the entire heaven realm lose its light, it will also cause the will of the heaven realm to devour us. All kinds of disadvantages and tribulations will befall us. Tell me, if the entire heaven realm suddenly loses its light, what kind of unpredictable consequences will there be? If the heaven realm is one, then the sun and moon are its eyes. Humans can lose everything but their eyes. Once they lose their eyes, the will of the heaven realm itself will go crazy. With our strength, we won't be able to resist the crazy counterattack of the will of the heaven realm. This is absolutely not feasible. Ha ha! Crown Prince Gu Xiansha laughed crazily again. Gu Tiansha, people say that you're audacious, but that's all you've got now. I naturally have my own plans. First, it's true that the sun and moon are the will of the heaven realm, but because of that, it shows how precious they are. I'll use the one God system and the worship left behind by the prehistoric civilization to devour the will of the heaven realm. Plus, if we work together and control the system, won't that be perfect? Not to mention that you'll gain more. Who says that if we refine the sun and moon, the heaven realm will lose its light? Once we refine the sun and moon and activate the power of the system, the two of us will be able to transform into a brand new sun and moon and illuminate the heavenly realm. All living beings in the heavenly realm will be bathed in our brilliance. Nature will worship us, and the hearts of people will be used by us. Even the divine prefecture will not be able to escape this fate. This is an open plan. When that time comes, even Gu Chunsha won't be able to do anything. As our light shines on the heaven realm will be gradually infiltrated by us. We can even refine the heaven realm for our own use. When that happens, won't we become truly invincible? Shoo! When Gu Tiansha heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air, then nodded his head. Your plan is really something that no one has ever thought of. If it succeeds, we can indeed obtain huge benefits. We can even merge the worship systems of the heaven realm and the prehistoric civilization together. At that time, Gu Chansha and the Emperor of Heaven are nothing, and the heavenly Tao will be in our hands. The prehistoric civilization's strongest point was their warships and systems, while the immortal Tao civilization's strongest point was the heaven realm. The combination of the two would definitely produce all sorts of unimaginable power. Now I understand why Gu Taxian conferred you the title of Crown Prince. Your cultivation base isn't worth mentioning, but your ambition is incomparably enormous. Sometimes your ambition can destroy you, and sometimes it can create miracles. Then shall we begin? If it was just me alone, I wouldn't be able to devour the sun and moon. But now we have you. You are the Lord of the sun and moon, and you can use the power of the sun and moon. With this power, we can change the heaven realm's sun and moon into our own. No one knows that the heaven realm's sun and moon are no longer the heaven realm's will, but us. Ha ha! Crown Prince Gu Xiansha laughed maniacally. The Great Spirit God, God Maha, Wan Senshi, Jing Xiu, Gu Tanjian, what do you think? The Great Spirit God, God Maha, and the others were stunned by Crown Prince Gu Xuanxa's idea. Crown Prince Gu Xuanxa's idea is simply earth-shattering. His ambition is so great that he doesn't care about anything. It's like an ant wanted to move a mountain or a fish wanted to swallow the sea. The great spirit god's eyes kept turning. No one knew what he was thinking. If he succeeds, all living beings in the heaven realm will be enveloped by his light and will definitely be affected by his karma. In this way, the karma cycle will be filled with sacrifices. The people of the Divine Prefecture will not be an exception. This is a drastic solution for Gu Qiansha and the Emperor Heaven. The Gu family is indeed all crazy. In their blood flows the genes of extreme madness. Gu Qiansha, Gu Tiansha, Gu Xiansha. These people are stirring up chaos in the world and the heavenly Tao. I don't know when the Emperor Heaven will come out and fight with these people, but now I am benefiting from both sides, which is a great benefit. I, the great spirit god, have never been at a disadvantage, and now is no exception. If it wasn't for the calamity of the world, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the heavenly origin realm. Actually, apart from these monsters, I, the great spirit god, am already in existence that dominates the world. If these monsters all meet a calamity, then I might be the final winner. I hope Gu Qiansha, the Emperor Heaven, Gu Xiansha, and Gu Tiansha will all perish together. In that case, I agree with your idea. Let's steal the sky and change the sun. Gu Tiansha calculated deeply for a long time before finally nodding his head. Come, release the system. I'll help you refine the imprints in the depths of the system. These imprints of the prehistoric civilization are like maggots in your bones. They will bite and control you at any time. However, with the power of the sun and moon in the heavenly realm, we can inflict permanent damage and devour them. As long as I devour these imprints, my cultivation will be able to improve, and you will also be fine. Good. Riches come from danger. Gu Tiansha laughed and opened the battleship and the system, letting Gu Tianshas will enter. Sun and moon are mighty, heavenly Tao slays gods. Gu Tiansha waved his hands in the air, writing out another young character. This young character entered the battleship and the system, and instantly, the battleship shot out an intense light, forming bolts of divine lightning that blasted towards Gu Tiansha. Gu Tiansha's expression didn't change. Your battleship used up too much power, and Gu Tiansha invaded it and almost took control of the god system. In the end, you had no choice but to sense Gu Tiansha's aura. You tried to use his fate and bloodline to recover your power, but you ran into me. I control the sun and moon, and have reached the heavenly origin realm. Suppressing your imprints isn't a problem. Rumble. Gu Tiansha's body turned into the word forever and devoured the god lightning. Then, he entered the battleship. Kill. As Gu Tiansha invaded the battleship, 12 sealing marks appeared, each of them holding a scepter and talisman. These were the 12 magisters of the prehistoric civilization: Lord God, Lord Dawn, Lord Sovereign, Lord Spirit, Lord Rest, Lord Blaze, Lord Me, Lord Sa, Lord Universal, Lord Epic, and Lord Sea. Lord Dawn appeared, and his body was dim, as if he had used up too much power and could be extinguished at any moment. He could sense the invading will, and his killing intent surged. Damned invaders! We haven't even destroyed the Tao of Heaven, and yet you bugs dare to touch us? Even if we're not even at 1/10,000th of our full power, we're still not something you can handle. The 12 magisters formed a 12-pointed starlight that not only resisted Gu Tiansha's invasion, but also attempted to devour his will, soul, flesh, and blood. Sun and moon, assist me. Suddenly, the power of the sun and moon sprang up around Gu Tiansha, and an enormous will descended. As the sun and moon rotated, a projection of the heavenly world appeared. That's right, it was the projection of the heavenly world. The projection of the heavenly world had appeared on Gu Tiansha's body. Theoretically speaking, Gu Tiansha already had the ability to use the power of the heavenly world. What? Gu Tiansha's heart clenched, and he was given quite a fright. This was because he knew that he was still little Tian Sha, a person who shouldn't have existed in this world. After the projection of the heavenly world appeared on Gu Tiansha's body, it shook violently and completely destroyed the 12 starlight formation that the 12 magisters had formed. Gu Tiansha once again entered the depths of the battleship, and he started to devour the magisters' sealing marks. Damn it! The 12 magisters' sealing marks all roared. We're immortal beings, undying creators. You bug! How dare you try to devour us? God's descent. Buzz, in the system of the prehistoric civilization, a ball of pure light suddenly appeared. This light seemed to be condensed from many runes, and it contained the deepest understanding and wisdom of the civilization. However, at this moment, this ball of pure light seemed to have an additional inexplicable concept. Before, the light of the one God system had been incredibly pure, but now it had absorbed the quintessence of the immortal Tao civilization, and many of the writings within it were similar to Gu Chencha's Dragonless Heart Sutra, that made the one God system even more perfect, more complete, and more complete. Rumble. The light and writings of the one God system reflected Gu Tiansha back. Gu Tiansha once again formed his body, and his expression was very unsightly. Damn it! Damn that Gu Tiansha! I can't believe he put his Dragonless Heart Sutra into the one God system. That's going to make the system even more perfect. He's making an even more powerful enemy for himself. You weren't able to refine the 12 magisters' seals. Gu Tiansha frowned. I know what Gu Tiansha meant. After Gu Tiansha invaded the battleship and the system and absorbed the knowledge of the prehistoric civilization, he intentionally left the Dragonless Heart Sutra inside so that the system could evolve again and become a threat to the Emperor of Heaven. Apart from that, the system absorbed the Dragonless Heart Sutra, which means that he himself initiated some kind of evolution. In the end, he used some kind of cultivation base to completely absorb the system. Hold down for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 882. I never would have guessed that Gu Tiansha would have a plan like this, Gu Tiansha said, grinding his teeth. Gu Tiansha gnashed his teeth in anger. Deep down, he had other plans. He wanted to use the power of the system of the one God to force Gu Tiansha and the system to fight. Eventually, both of them would be seriously injured, and he would be able to devour both of them. That way, he would be free and unfettered for all eternity, invincible, and able to do whatever he wanted. If he didn't have this plan, then he wouldn't have been able to fight against the Celestial Emperor. Now, he has used his own strength to suppress the divine prefecture and the four wilds to the point where they can't move. If he didn't exist, the divine continent would have become the heavenly court, and Emperor of Heaven would have come out to take control. But that's not important. I'm confident I can assimilate the system of the one God and devour the 12 magisters. Those 12 psychic seals are deathless, Gu Tiansha said. They're indestructible and indestructible. Even when heaven and earth were destroyed and the universe returned to primal chaos, they couldn't do anything to them. I don't think it's possible to assimilate them. If you and I work together, we can succeed. You still don't understand what kind of role you play for the system. In essence, you are a parasite, while the system and the battleship are parasites. They live in your body, absorbing your blood and chi. No, it should be said that the system and the battleship are evil spirits, possessing you, a person with a strong yang chi, absorbing your yang chi, turning you into its food. But because of this, you can use the power of the system and the battleship. I just need to strengthen your blood, and then you can infiltrate the system. That way, we'll be able to take control of the system. Come on, let's do it. Gu Tiansha and Gu Tiansha were scheming against each other. Originally, Gu Tiansha hadn't been a match for Gu Tiansha, but now that he had the power of the system, he could fight Gu Tiansha to a standstill. Okay, this time we will work together sincerely and stop doubting each other. Crown Prince Gu Tiansha also knew that using Gu Tiansha to check and balance the system was the best choice. Then, the two of them started to cultivate in the sun. Waves of golden flames entered the sun. This was the will of the heaven realm. They wanted to use the will of the heaven realm to suppress the warships and systems of the prehistoric civilization. Then, they would devour the will of the heaven realm and achieve great achievements. This was the idea of the crown prince Gu Xiansha and Gu Tiansha. Gradually, there seemed to be some white light in the blazing sun of the heaven realm. Stealing the sky and changing the sun is indeed a powerful move. Gu Qiansha stood in Sin State City, looking up at the blazing sun of the celestial realm. He felt all sorts of changes in the scorching sun. As the scorching sun shone down, there were many things that he couldn't explain clearly. However, he knew very well just what sort of changes had taken place within. It's just as I guessed. Gu Qiansha nodded. Gu Xiansha and Gu Tiansha are ambitious. They want to refine the sun and moon of the heaven realm and replace them. They want all living things in the heaven realm to be bathed in their light. If they succeed, the heaven realm will naturally be theirs. They can even compete with the Emperor of Heaven. But the two of them are scheming against each other, so they won't succeed. Besides, they can't grasp the true meaning of the one God system. After the one God system devours my Dragonless Heart Sutra, it will gradually change in a way that even the Tao of Heaven can't predict. This is my plan. The one God system can also control the Emperor of Heaven, so I can use my power to reduce the pressure. Gu Qiansha knew everything like the back of his hand. For now, he couldn't subdue or refine the one God system. As for Gu Qiansha, he had reached the sky origin stage and had advanced by leaps and bounds. But in Gu Qiansha's opinion, he could still capture him. But right now, Gu Qiansha's real body had to suppress the four wilds and monitor the movements of the Emperor of Heaven. Using a clone to deal with Gu Tiansha, who was in the sky origin stage, was beyond his power. And in Gu Qiansha's opinion, Gu Tiansha's power hadn't reached its peak. In other words, he hadn't fattened up yet. Gu Tiansha and Gu Xiansha were in cahoots with each other to devour and interfere with the will of the heaven realm, which gave Gu Qiansha a lot more time. The divine land was the center of the heaven realm, and the heaven realm was the source of the divine land's power. If the heaven realm was gradually eroded, the resistance of the divine land would be much weaker. Then it would be easy for Gu Qiansha to refine and absorb it completely and become the Dragonless Gourd. Gu Qiansha's current plan was not to kill Gu Xiansha and Gu Tiansha, but to let them grow stronger and lead them to fight with the Emperor of Heaven first. The current situation was created single-handedly by Gu Qiansha. Gu Xiansha and Gu Tiansha wanted to devour the sun and moon of the heaven realm, which would create an irreconcilable contradiction for the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven would definitely prevent this from happening. However, Gu Qiansha believed that the Emperor of Heaven was hiding in the depths, and there must be some conspiracy beyond his imagination. The only thing he couldn't calculate right now was the existence of the Emperor of Heaven. The secrets of others couldn't escape his calculations. After obtaining 99% of the prehistoric civilization's knowledge and combining it with his own immortal Tao civilization, the Dragonless Gourd could almost be destroyed and reborn countless times. It could be said that Gu Qiansha already had the immortal power of the prehistoric civilization. Even if the heavenly Tao exploded and returned to primal chaos, he could still survive and wait for the next opportunity. Gradually, he comprehended the principles and essence of immortality, indestructibility, non-existence, and non-existence. Qiansha, is the power in my body the Empress of Heaven's essence? Recently, I feel the power in my body boiling violently, as if it's going to escape my control. My cultivation has also reached the celestial longevity realm, close to divine essence. I believe it won't be long before I reach divine essence. At this time, Lu Baiwe walked over. Her power and aura were simply daunting, but she wasn't happy at all because she couldn't control this power herself. If I'm not wrong, this is indeed the Empress of Heaven's essence. A Dragonless Gourd art appeared in Gu Chench's eyes. The art seeped out, transforming into an eyeball. As the eyeball spun, it was able to see Lu Baiyue clearly. Indeed, in the center of Lu Baiyue's body, in the very center of the dimension and space, there was a clump of soft power stirring, unfathomable and unfathomable. "Come out!" Gu Qinsha made a grabbing motion. Instantly, a vortex appeared on his palm. His psychic energy and spirit force directly tried to grab the clump of essence. However, just as he was about to touch it, he grabbed nothing but air. This clump of essence seemed to exist in Lu Baiyue's body, but in reality, it didn't exist at all. Such a state of existence and non-existence was something Gu Qinsha could achieve as well. It was an extremely mysterious and unparalleled state, with countless transformations. Not bad. As expected of the Empress of Heaven's essence. It actually dares to play tricks in front of me. Gu Qinsha continued, "Baiyue, the Empress of Heaven's essence is indeed seeping into your body and controlling it. The Emperor of Heaven is the Empress of the Heavenly Tao. The Emperor of Heaven is the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao, while the Empress of Heaven is the Empress of the Emperor of Heaven. The two of their essences are actually very close. I know that the Empress of Heaven's essence will suddenly take control of your body one day, forcing you to join the camp of the Emperor of Heaven. You have to use your unparalleled will to control this essence. Only then will you not lose your way. I know about this." Lu Baiyue's killing intent seethed. "The Empress of Heaven's essence is causing mischief in my body. Actually, if it wasn't for the power of the medallion left behind by the Emperor, the Empress of Heaven's essence would have long since changed my will. What should I do now? I have to think of a way. Meditate on the medallion left behind by the Emperor Father. You can control the Empress of Heaven's essence, and then merge it into your own body. If the Empress of Heaven's essence can't change you, it will try to escape and then transfer it to someone else, making another woman the Empress of Heaven." Gu Qinsha continued, "Then we'll have a powerful enemy. The Empress of Heaven is the assistant of the Emperor of Heaven. In the future, the Emperor of Heaven will be in hiding, and the Empress of Heaven will make all the decisions in the heavenly court. Therefore, the Empress of Heaven will be of utmost importance in the future heavenly court. After you refine her, not only will you become extremely powerful, but you'll also weaken the Emperor of Heaven. We'll have a better chance of defeating the Emperor of Heaven." "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Lu Baiyue said, "The Empress of Heaven's essence is constantly sending me information, which makes me feel the power of the heavenly Tao. It's impossible to reverse the trend of fate. Right now, our destiny is still relatively strong. If it's weak, I'm afraid we'll suffer a disaster. Everything we have now is in accordance with the Emperor's legacy. If something happens to the Emperor, yes, there's a problem in this area." Gu Qinsha said, "Heavenly Talisman Year 36 is the moment I became a Celestial Lord. When I ascended, I vaguely guessed some information. This time, the Heavenly Tao completely gave up on its supervision of the world. It's shrinking its power to deal a fatal blow to the Emperor Father. This is extremely dangerous. Between the Emperor and the Heavenly Tao, who do you think is stronger? With your current cultivation, you can be said to stand at the peak of both civilizations. You can see many things. My vision is far inferior to yours." Lu Baiyue asked the most crucial question. "Moreover, you seem to have a way to interfere in the battle between the Emperor and the Heavenly Tao. Can you communicate with the Emperor?" "Communicate with the Emperor, Father?" Gu Qinsha's heart stirred. "I'm still a little bit off, but I'll be able to cultivate to the Heavenly Longevity realm and even the Heaven Origin realm soon. The Heavenly Tao gave up on its supervision and dealt a fatal blow to the Emperor Father. This allowed Gu Qinsha's cultivation to reach the Heaven Origin realm. I'll also reach it soon. Once I reach the Heaven Origin realm, I'll be able to communicate with the Emperor Father." Chapter 883. Gu Qinsha was indeed one of the strongest existences in the myriad worlds, past and future. Even Emperor Heaven wasn't much better. They were evenly matched, and it was still extremely difficult to kill him, the great calamity. In fact, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. His strength had already touched upon the realm of ancient immortal treading. He had inherited the knowledge of the immortal Tao civilization and the prehistoric mechanical technology civilization. He had comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Although this Heart Sutra hadn't reached major success yet, it was already close to perfection. As long as he reached perfection, people could become divergents through the cultivation of the Dragonless cultivation art. As long as Gu Chansha continued to comprehend it, the Dragonless cultivation art would reach perfection sooner or later. Once the Dragonless cultivation art reached perfection, his cultivation would truly be unshakable. However, it wasn't easy for the Dragonless cultivation art to reach perfection. The Dragonless cultivation art was the greatest secret of the two civilizations, the strongest cultivation art that could turn all living beings into divergents. Its profoundness could no longer be described with words. At this moment, he understood Gu Taxian's realm, as well as the heavenly Tao's realm. Sooner or later, he would fuse with these two existences. However, there was one thing he still couldn't understand. Where did Gu Taxian come from? In Gu Taxian's calculations, there was no such thing in the past, future, or present. There was no such existence in the heavenly Tao. Of course, Gu Chansha himself didn't have one either. However, the source of his existence was actually Gu Taxian. The heavenly Tao contains countless space-time, past, present, and future. Gu Chansha said, "It truly encompasses everything." The birth of Father Emperor was a product outside of the heavenly Tao. In that case, could there be an existence outside of the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao controlled all things. Everything that existed or didn't exist, what happened in the past, what was happening in the present, and what would happen in the future, everything was under the control of the heavenly Tao. And although the human heart was something the heavenly Tao couldn't control, humans had never been able to develop and grow. Therefore, the human heart wasn't able to refine a large amount of substance that surpassed the heavenly Tao. Gu Chansha's understanding of the human heart had reached an extremely profound realm with the development of the Dragonless cultivation art. Hence, he was certain that the heavenly talisman Great Emperor Gu Taxian wasn't born from the human heart. Did that mean that there were other existences besides the heavenly Tao? What was it? Gu Chansha couldn't understand. However, he did not force it. Once his cultivation was deep enough, he would naturally be able to understand everything. Now, I will help you suppress and refine the Empress of Heaven's source. Gu Chansha had Lu Baiwe sit down. The Empress of Heaven's source is always a hidden danger, but you can use Regal Propria's token to refine it. This token was originally given to you to restrain the Empress of Heaven's source. In this way, this source can be completely refined and subdued, allowing your cultivation to truly reach a peak, becoming the true trump card of our imperial court. The Empress of Heaven's source wants to control me? That's simply wishful thinking. Lu Baiwe revolved her cultivation base, starting to suppress the Empress of Heaven's source within her. After that, she took out Regal Propria's token. This token floated above her head, emitting a golden glow, causing the Empress of Heaven's source to shrink back, preventing it from being suppressed and refined by the might of the token. Not bad. I've already seen through some of the profundities of this token. I can already use the Dragonless Heart Sutra to envelop this token, inheriting my Imperial Father's will and assisting you to truly refine the Empress of Heaven's source. In fact, it can even confuse the Emperor of Heaven. Gu Chansha's Dragonless Heart Sutra was activated as a majestic text appeared above his head. This text contained the supreme truths of the heavens and earth, the source of the great Tao, and even some sort of ability that surpassed the heavenly Tao. The text of the Dragonless Heart Sutra instantly enveloped the token, causing light to shine from within, fusing into the Dragonless Heart Sutra, causing each and every character of the Dragonless Heart Sutra to shine brightly. Not only that, but within the text of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, another piece of supreme, texts appeared. These texts contained even more secrets than the prehistoric civilization. The prehistoric civilization had fought against the heavenly Tao, and, in the end, had been destroyed by the heavenly Tao. Now, they had lost all the power they had in their heyday, and were struggling at death's door. Gu Taxian, on the other hand, was capturing the heavenly Tao and suppressing it. From beginning to end, he was never at a disadvantage, and in fact, seemed to be gradually gaining the upper hand. This was something that could be seen from the fact that the world Yonko was becoming more and more prosperous with each passing day. Although the world Yonko was flourishing because of Gu Chench's Celestial Calmness Department, because of the game between Gu Taxian and the heavenly Tao, the Emperor of Heaven had to tread carefully when he appeared. This gave the Celestial Calmness Department the most crucial time to govern the world. If not for Gu Taxian's suppression, the heavenly Tao's current might would be immeasurable, and the Emperor of Heaven would be 10 times, 100 times stronger. Gu Qinsha also deeply understood this logic. From this golden token, he could feel the various experiences of the heavenly talisman Heavenly Emperor in the game against the heavenly Tao. This experience was even more valuable than the knowledge of the prehistoric civilization that Gu Qinsha had obtained. As more and more experiences were passed down, the Dragonless Heart Sutra in Gu Chench's Dragonless Heart Sutra increased in number. Each and every character contained the aura of the King of Mutants, and they were even more tyrannical compared to the King of Mutants. This was the ancestor of mutants, the ultimate transformation of mutants. The words in the Dragonless Heart Sutra were as vast as the sea, and it was unknown how many characters there were. The characters could be casually combined to form all sorts of knowledge and civilizations. Gu Chench's Dragonless Heart Sutra seemed to be able to establish a brand new, flawless, eternal, and immortal civilization. The true profundity of the Yonko lay in his Dragonless Heart Sutra. Good. As he continued to refine the Dragonless Heart Sutra token, Gu Chench's expression grew more and more joyful. The information transmitted from this token benefited him greatly. However, the battle between the Heavenly Talisman Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Tao was too profound. It would be difficult for Gu Qinsha to completely refine, digest, and comprehend it. Even so, Gu Chench's cultivation base suddenly rose by a level, reaching the Heavenly Longevity Realm. I broke through so easily. Gu Qinsha hadn't expected that the token he refined would contain such profound information. Advancing was actually so easy? Even Ru Qinsha was a little surprised. Originally, when one's cultivation reached his level, it was extremely difficult to advance to the next level. It was unknown how much accumulation, and comprehension were needed. He had even created a path that no one had ever attempted before, so he didn't have the experience of anyone before him. He had to rely on himself to operate, condense, and comprehend everything he had created. Heavenly Longevity Realm. Gu Chench's entire body was bathed in a power that reached the end of the world. This was the Heavenly Longevity Realm. The Heavenly Longevity Realm. As long as the world exists, I will not perish. Such a realm was indeed a level higher than a heavenly sovereign. Heavenly sovereigns also had a lifespan and couldn't reach the end of the world. However, the Heavenly Longevity Realm could. This is the Heavenly Longevity Realm. This realm is indeed a challenge to the world. To have the same lifespan as the world, the Heavenly Tao is equivalent to tacitly accepting a special existence. In truth, the Heavenly Tao doesn't allow heavenly sovereigns and heavenly longevity realms to appear. After all, this is a challenge to the Heavenly Tao's authority. However, the Heavenly Tao can also have uncontrollable things happen. Gu Qinsha secretly analyzed his own realm. If heavenly sovereigns are mountain kings who don't obey the court's orders, then the Heavenly Longevity Realm is the vassal states overseas. As for the Heavenly Prime Realm, it can already threaten the Heavenly Tao's authority. In an instant, Gu Qinsha had obtained all the secrets of the Heavenly Longevity Realm, as well as the relationship between this realm and the heavenly Tao. It could be said that no one understood the heavenly longevity realm better than him. This was a huge gain. Empress of Heaven's origin. After refining it this time, the Emperor of Heaven will weaken even more. Gu Chunsha suddenly moved, and the token fell into Liu Baiyue's body. It actually fiercely collided with the Empress of Heaven's origin. The Empress of Heaven's origin seemed to be very afraid of this, like I am present token. The light of the token wrapped around the Empress of Heaven's origin. The Empress of Heaven's origin suddenly condensed, turning into a ray of light that actually wanted to escape from Liu Baiyue's body. It gave up on Liu Baiyue, wanted to find someone else, and let another girl become the Empress of Heaven. Gu Chansha naturally wouldn't let the Empress of Heaven's origin leave, because once it did, Liu Baiyue's strength would greatly decrease, and she would completely lose some sort of profoundness. The reason why he wanted to help Liu Baiyue refine it this time was also to prevent the Empress of Heaven's origin from leaving, which would cause Liu Baiyue's combat strength to decrease, and she wouldn't be able to suppress the situation. At that moment, Gu Chincha's body disappeared, and in its place was the Dragonless Heart Sutra. The Dragonless Heart Sutra entered like I am presence token, causing the token to suddenly expand. It actually merged with the Dragonless Heart Sutra, turning into a huge net that covered the sky and earth, suppressing the Empress of Heaven's origin. Activate the Heavenly Mother formation. Gu Qinsha said to Liu Baiyue. Liu Baiyue understood tacitly and immediately activated it. Countless sacrificial energy surged forth, finally transforming into the image of a Heavenly Mother. This Heavenly Mother seemed to be the true Mother of heaven and earth, the Mother of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Mother appeared, capturing the Empress of Heaven's origin. With Gu Qinsha's help, the Empress of Heaven's origin gradually quieted down, as though it was about to be truly subdued, broken down, and refined by Liu Baiyue. This Heavenly Mother formation was also created by Gu Taxian, as though it was used to refine the Empress of Heaven's origin at this moment. However, Gu Qinsha didn't relax in the slightest. He knew that after the Empress of Heaven's origin was refined, the Emperor of Heaven would eventually weaken. Even last time, when he was about to refine and extract the Empress of Heaven's origin, the Emperor of Heaven suddenly appeared to deal with Gu Qinsha and rescue the Empress of Heaven's origin from Wu Dankong. The Empress of Heaven was much more important than the Empress of Heaven Wu Dankong. This time, when the Empress of Heaven's origin was refined, there was no reason for the Emperor of Heaven not to come out. Moreover, Gu Qinsha was deliberately luring the Emperor of Heaven out. Last time, when he caught the Emperor of Heaven, there weren't many clues, and he was almost able to pull out the Emperor of Heaven's true form. But now, the Emperor of Heaven was still hiding, which made Gu Qinsha very uncomfortable. After all, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. As long as the Emperor of Heaven openly fought with him, then Gu Qinsha wasn't afraid at all. Browse reading address. Chapter 884. The Empress of Heaven's origin is very profound. If I thoroughly study the substance within it, I can even create it. Gu Qinsha had already advanced to the heavenly longevity realm, and his ability to use the Dragonless Mantra had greatly increased. When he helped Liu Baiyue refine the Empress of Heaven's origin, he began to analyze its properties. Logically speaking, after analyzing it, he could use the power of the sacrifices of all living beings to refine the substance of the Empress of Heaven's origin. The origins of the Empress of Heaven, the Lord of the Sun and Moon, couldn't be extracted from primordial chaos elemental energy, but they could be extracted from the sacrifices of all living beings. Within the heart of all living beings, he could extract substances that surpassed the heavenly Tao. Not only that, if Gu Qinsha's cultivation reached a certain limit, he could create an existence similar to the Emperor of Heaven. Of course, the prerequisite was that Gu Qinsha had truly obtained the peerless and limitless throne. He activated Regal Propria's medallion and wrapped it around the Empress of Heaven's origin. Gradually, he began to understand the characteristics of the Empress of Heaven's origin. The countless mantras in his body wriggled once more. After absorbing this knowledge, his cultivation grew even more profound. Somehow, he had truly obtained some sort of heavenly Tao, the level at which he could truly contend with Gutaxian. In time, he would definitely be able to participate in a battle of this level. To him, the heavens weren't high, and the earth wasn't thick. Gradually, the Empress of Heaven's origin began to wail. It simply couldn't withstand the suppression of Regal Propria's medallion, the dragonless mantra, and the Heavenly Mother formation. The Empress of Heaven's origin was extremely stubborn. Even though Gu Chansha tried his best to suppress it and refine it time and time again, the origin still contained an extremely powerful vitality, like an undying king. The Empress of Heaven's origin is really stubborn. We've used so much power, but it's still stubborn and stinky. Lu Baiwa frowned. She had already pushed the Heavenly Mother formation to a certain limit, but she still couldn't do anything about the Empress of Heaven's origin. Moreover, she knew that she had already angered the Empress of Heaven's origin. If she gave up on refining it, the origin would instead suck her dry. Not only would it not provide her with any power, it would immediately leave, and she would die. In other words, she had to succeed in refining the Empress of Heaven's origin. Otherwise, she would die. The Empress of Heaven's source is second only to the Celestial Emperor, far surpassing the Celestial Kings. As long as the Celestial Emperor doesn't appear, the Empress of Heaven can control the heavenly court and command the myriad realms. If it was so easy to refine, then the Empress of Heaven's source wouldn't be so mysterious. The more difficult it is, the stronger the Empress of origin, the greater the origin, and the origin would be. Bye. As he spoke, Gu Chincha's dragonless mental technique expanded again. Heaven's imperfection, the heart of all beings, incomplete, faceless. Gu Chansha comprehended one of the highest secrets of the dragonless mental technique. He suddenly moved, and countless bubbles appeared above his head. The largest bubble was the heaven realm, and the others were other worlds. He had created all things, and then created chaos. Rumble. With Gu Chincha's display of power, the Empress of Heaven's origin wailed again. At that moment, the Empress of Heaven's origin seemed to be unable to make waves in front of Gu Chansha. Other than the Emperor of Heaven, Gu Chansha didn't care about anything else. Amidst the wailing, the Empress of Heaven's origin tried its best to shrink. In the end, it shrank into a bead. As the bead shone brightly, it kept spinning, twisting, changing, and squirming. Finally, it began its true counterattack. Rumble. Within the bead, countless bolts of lightning were released. In an instant, they filled the entire space. They started exploding from within, trying to blast Lu Baiwei into pieces. The counterattack of the Empress of Heaven's origin, but it's like an arrow at the end of its flight. It's useless. Gu Chincha's hands shot out an even more intense light from the dragonless mental technique. Then, the sacrificial power in the dragonless gourd surged wildly, and human figures appeared. These human figures were the living beings of the great Yonko court. With the sacrifice of the living beings, their karma had a close relationship with the dragonless gourd. Gu Chansha used the will of all beings to suppress the Empress of Heaven's origin one last time. Countless people, countless lights, and countless thoughts converged into a torrent of thoughts that flowed into the Empress of Heaven's origin. In the blink of an eye, the bead formed by the Empress of Heaven's origin was tainted with the thoughts and thoughts of countless people. Like a pearl covered in dust, it began to degenerate and lose all of its light. All living beings can make you a paragon, but they can also drag you down to the mortal world. I can extract substances from the sacrifices of all living beings that are beneficial to my cultivation. I can extract poisons from the hearts of all living beings that can destroy the heavenly Taos and pollute them. Nothing is more poisonous than the human heart. The torrent of thoughts in Gu Chincha's mind was a grayish-black color. It was thousands of times thicker than the most poisonous devil energy in the realm of demons. It was the greed, anger, and delusion of the human heart, as well as all sorts of mental poisons. After being extracted, no living being could taint them. If they did, they would fall into the mortal world, unable to roam free and unfettered. That was one of the trump cards Gu Chansha had in mind when dealing with the Emperor of Heaven. Gu Chencha's dragonless mental technique allowed him to extract substances from the sacrifices of all living beings that could allow him to surpass the heavenly Taos. He could also extract poisons that could cause the heavenly Taos to collapse. The human heart was the most poisonous, and it could corrode the heavenly Taos. The human heart was the most difficult to predict. Whoever controlled the human heart could control all sorts of transformations. The Empress of Heaven's origin had never expected that Gu Chansha would have such a trick up his sleeve. After being injected with the poison extracted from the heart of all beings, the origin began to crumble and disintegrate. It was truly being refined. All of a sudden, a jade white hand appeared. This hand was truly flawless, without any flaws or openings. It also contained the supreme, commanding all worlds, all space-time, eternally free, indestructible by myriad tribulations, and eternally indestructible. The Emperor of Heaven still made a move. I knew the Empress of Heaven's origin wouldn't give up so easily. Gu Chencha's jade white hand clawed at the air, and countless numbers of data appeared in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had analyzed them billions and trillions of times over. He was analyzing the Emperor of Heaven's current strength, his current location, his current state, his current cultivation level, and his current plans and conspiracies. With Gu Chencha's current powers of divination, he only needed a tiny bit of information to be able to calculate everything. He had already reached the celestial longevity stage, a stage where he could live as long as heaven and earth. With his power and the poison extracted from the hearts of the people of the divine continent, he could pose a threat to the Emperor of Heaven's origin. The Emperor of Heaven's cultivation base definitely hadn't reached its peak yet. Legend had it that only when the Emperor of Heaven sat on the Emperor of Heaven's throne would his power reach its peak. And in order to open the door to the celestial realm and sit on the Emperor of Heaven's throne, one had to gather the endless 36 treasures. And more than half of the endless 36 treasures had fallen into Gu Chencha's hands. If the Emperor of Heaven didn't take away these treasures, there was no way he could sit on the Emperor of Heaven's throne, and his power wouldn't reach its peak. It could be said that Gu Chansha had the Emperor of Heaven's lifeline in his hands. The poison of the human heart has tainted the Emperor of Heaven. Gu Chencha's jade white hand moved slightly, and the Empress of Heaven's origin within Lu Baiyue's body was injected with a strange power. It suddenly went out of control, carrying Lu Baiyue toward the jade white hand. The viciousness of the jade white hand was obvious. It actually wanted to take Lu Baiyue along with the Empress of Heaven's origin. Gu Chencha hastily made a feint. Suddenly, the poison extracted from the human heart in the dragonless gourd transformed once again, turning into countless squirming little dragons. These little dragons were poisonous dragons, and their bodies were like tarsal bones. They drilled into the jade white palm. The jade white palm suddenly emitted a bright light and actually blocked the little poisonous dragons from burrowing into it. It continued to grab Lu Baiyue. Emperor of Heaven, said Gu Chencha, these poisonous dragons of mine are the greed, anger, and obsession of the human heart. They contain all sorts of ambitions and desires. Nobody can stand up to them. The Tao of Heaven fears all living things because it fears that their hearts will swell up and they'll want to destroy the Tao of Heaven. That desire will set the prairie on fire, and it will go out of control. You might be strong, but if you think you can turn the tables on me with just one hand, that's a joke. The greed, anger, and obsession was so powerful that it surpassed all living things, transforming into an enormous poisonous dragon that consumed primal chaos, the heavens, the myriad worlds, the tribulations, the past, the present, and the future. It also consumed the greed, anger, and obsession of all living things. The countless venomous dragons converged into one and swallowed the jade-white palm. To think that there was only one of them, it devoured the jade-white palm, intending to digest the essence of the heavenly emperor. The jade-white hand was the work of the Emperor of Heaven, without question. If it weren't for the fact that he was the Emperor of Heaven, Gu Chansha would have crushed them all with the flip of a hand. It wasn't that Gu Chansha didn't want to destroy the Lord of the Sun and the Moon Gu Tiansha, the Crown Prince Gu Xiansha, and the system of the One God. He wanted to fatten them up and use them to keep the Emperor of Heaven in check. Gu Chansha had already planted the system of the One God into a dragonless mental magic. As his senses grew stronger, the system would eventually fall into Gu Chensha's hands and become a part of his dragonless mental magic. Gu Chensha, you definitely live up to your reputation as the person who controls the future, the greatest of all tribulations. I descended into the world for the sake of order, and you are the one who will prevent that order from being born. Only by suppressing your tribulation will I be able to gain immense karma, advance the Tao of Heaven, and gain even greater accomplishments. A magnetic voice echoed out from the jade-white hand. The voice seemed to contain an infinite amount of magical power, which could subdue people's hearts. At that moment, the poisonous dragons of greed, anger, and obsession in Gu Chensha's mind had already devoured the jade-white hand. However, as the voice moved, the jade-white hand released waves of celestial music, which dispelled the greed, anger, and obsession. It stabilized people's hearts and removed all distracting thoughts. The Tao of Heaven knows that people's hearts are unpredictable. Since ancient times, it has been researching how to make people's hearts give birth to existences that are beneficial to the Tao of Heaven, and not to give birth to poisonous thoughts such as greed, anger, and obsession. Now, it has achieved great results. The voice from the jade-white hand said, "Go away. Amazing but voluptuous body. WeChat public. Maveming 22. Long press for 3 seconds to copy. You know it, I know it too." Chapter 885. The Emperor of Heaven had not revealed his true form. It was just a palm, and his voice was very unique. Anyone who heard it would think that it was the voice of the Master of Heaven and Earth. It lacked the majesty of an emperor, and yet it made people willing to serve him as their master. This was one of the mysteries of the Emperor of Heaven's essence. The Emperor of Heaven was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao had no physical form, but it ruled over all living things. However, this formless existence could not inspire awe and reverence in all living things. That was why the Emperor of Heaven had appeared, presiding over the highest void, giving all living things a concrete image of him. That was the only way for all living things to worship, revere, and offer sacrifices to. Therefore, the appearance of the heavenly court in the future was inevitable for the heavenly Tao. From the appearance of the Emperor of Heaven, Gu Chansha had already seen a flaw in the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao was truly omnipotent and in control of all things, then it would have never been able to give birth to the Emperor of Heaven, nor would it have needed to give birth to an Emperor of Heaven to inspire awe and worship. In other words, the heavenly Tao required all living things to offer sacrifices to it. Now that Gu Chansha had taken control of the Central Plains and had all living things offer sacrifices to the imperial court, he was seizing the authority of the heavenly Tao and weakening the power of the Emperor of Heaven. I'd like to see if this single hand of the Emperor of Heaven can truly break my dragonless heart sutra. When Gu Chansha heard the Emperor of Heaven's order to retreat, the poison dragon formed from the poison extracted from the human heart began to truly retreat. After dispersing, it once again transformed into the power of sacrifice. Good. Gu Chansha was not alarmed by this. Instead, he was delighted. It seems that the heavenly Tao's understanding of the human heart's sacrifice has far surpassed mine. It can actually restore the poison extracted from the human heart. This is the true heavenly Tao. He was delighted because he had been able to peer into the secrets of the heavenly Tao during his fight with the Emperor of Heaven, which had deepened his understanding of the human heart and allowed his Dragonless Heart Sutra to advance further. At his level, it was hard to find an opponent. In the whole world, only the Emperor Heaven was worth fighting. During the battle with the Emperor of Heaven, Gu Chansha gradually understood the supernatural powers and transformations that he had never understood before. Because of this, he even hoped that the Emperor of Heaven wouldn't die and fight with him forever. Only then would it be interesting. Otherwise, being invincible would be a kind of loneliness. The hearts of the people are united, and the world changes. Gu Chincha's body moved once again. The dragonless mantra spun, gathering the power of the sacrificial ritual once again, turning it into a dragonless dragon. The supreme dragon, the mysterious dragon of the void, the dragon of heaven and earth, the dragon of the boundless sun and moon. Wulong was Gu Chincha's real trump card. When he attacked, this dragonless dragon was many times stronger than the poisonous dragon from before. As the dragonless dragon coiled around, it actually shook the white jade palm formed by the Emperor of Heaven and sent it flying. Good, worthy of being Gu Taxian's son and his most outstanding one. Even Gu Tiansha can't compare to you. What a miracle! From the white jade palm formed by the Emperor of Heaven came a voice of admiration. Gu Tiansha is a variable that no one expected. I originally thought that he was my opponent, and you were just a flash in the pan. I didn't expect that you would actually surpass him. However, Gu Taxian will soon be devoured by the heavenly Tao, which is also my main body. And you will also fall into the endless abyss, unable to continue. While speaking, the white jade palm fiercely expanded, capturing the dragonless dragon formed by the power of the sacrificial ritual. Emperor of Heaven, capturing dragon. The huge palm captured the dragonless dragon. The dragonless dragon tightly coiled around the palm of the Emperor of Heaven, wanting to completely crush it. Both sides were in a deadlock. Kill. At this time, a fierce expression appeared on Lu Baiyue's face. She let out a long roar that shook heaven and earth. The golden plate, like regal presence in her body, suddenly split open and merged with the Empress of Heaven's source. The Empress of Heaven's source completely shattered and merged with the golden plate, becoming something that wasn't the Empress of Heaven's source, but something that surpassed it. The golden plate, like regal presence, transformed the Empress of Heaven's source, causing it to evolve. The Empress of Heaven's source was no longer the original thing. The moment it evolved, the Empress of Heaven's source lost all connection with the Emperor of Heaven and the heavenly Tao, perfectly becoming Lu Baiyue's source. However, the golden plate, like regal presence, completed its final mission. After merging with the Empress of Heaven's source, it completely disappeared, the two becoming one. Lu Baiyue's aura rose steadily. She seemed to have become the Empress of Heaven who ruled over the myriad worlds, but also an existence that surpassed the Empress of Heaven and Earth, the ancestor of all things, the beginning of the absolute beginning. At this time, she already had the qualifications to fight with the Emperor of Heaven. Capture. Lu Baiyue's hands shot out endless divine abilities, which converged into a river of divine abilities. This river of divine abilities contained trillions of divine abilities, like the eternal sands. They flowed unceasingly, containing the endless secrets of time, eternity, and the end. The river of divine abilities washed over the Emperor of Heaven's jade-white palm, joining hands with Gu Chincha's dragonless dragon. The jade-white palm, formed by the Emperor of Heaven, was pushed back bit by bit. However, even as he was forced to retreat, the celestial Thearcha's palm still maintained a graceful and elegant appearance. All of a sudden, the jade-white palm of the Emperor of Heaven waved its hand, and a powerful force appeared to block Gu Chansha and Lu Baiyue's attacks. Gu Taxian's medallion contains the Empress of Heaven's source. Not bad. Not bad at all. The Empress of Heaven is gone, and her source is gone. That means I've lost my greatest help. However, you've also used up all of Gu Taxian's legacy. Henceforth, he won't be able to help you. I'll tell you the truth. The Tao of Heaven is going all out to bind up Gu Taxian's source, and will soon strip him of some of his aura. When that happens, I'll be even stronger. Gu Qinsha, I hope that when the time comes, your dragonless heart magic will reach the consummate level. Don't disappoint me. Then, the white jade palm formed by the celestial arch disappeared into thin air. A single palm was all it took to escape unscathed. Is this the power of the Emperor of Heaven? Even a palm contains the deepest level of immortality. I actually feel like I can't do anything about it. Gu Qinsha frowned. He was clearly very afraid of it. Qinsha, she said, I've finally refined the Empress of Heaven's source, and advanced even further. Lu Baiwei sensed the power in her body, and felt as if her psychic power could fill the entire celestial world, even the chaotic flows of space-time, and even the endless depths of primordial chaos. Simply put, her psychic power and willpower had expanded without limit. She was now one of the most powerful beings in the world, second only to the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Qinsha. In fact, she was even more powerful than the Lord of the Sun and Moon, Gu Qinsha. This medallion of the Emperor of Heaven has completed its final mission, said Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha said, You've also obtained a portion of Imperial Father's power, but I don't think the future is optimistic. When the heavenly Tao retracted its power, Father was also subconsciously suppressed. You can tell from this golden medallion that Father's original power was inconceivable. This golden medallion could completely suppress the Empress of Heaven's essence and still exist. But now that it no longer exists, it means that Father's authority has completely given up on protecting us. Instead, he is wholeheartedly fighting against the will of the heavenly Tao. When the two clash, there will be many different changes. Could it be that His Majesty will fail? Lu Baiwei was shocked. She knew that the medallion had indeed improved her cultivation, but she had also lost the protection of the heavenly talisman emperor. The halo of the Emperor of Heaven had completely disappeared. In the future, she could only rely on herself. I'm not afraid of Father's failure. I'm afraid of something else. Gu Qinsha had a deeper insight than Lu Baiwei. Even if Lu Baiwei had completely absorbed the Empress of Heaven's source and the power of the medallion, she was still inferior to him. What are you afraid of? Lu Baiwei didn't understand. Actually, we can completely fight against the Emperor of Heaven now. Although today's battle was just a small test, it's clear that the Emperor of Heaven is strong and is a formidable opponent for us, but he's not completely undefeatable. It'll be extremely difficult for him to do anything to us. Moreover, we've already gained the upper hand. We've refined the heavenly monarch of Jin. The Empress of Heaven's source has also been refined. The Punisher monarch is in our hands, and the boundless treasure is also under our control. The Emperor of Heaven is like a mosquito that has fallen into a net. I don't think he'll be able to escape. He can only be slowly nibbled away by us. I think the overall situation is good. If nothing unexpected happens, that's indeed the case. Gu Qinsha shook his head. Actually, there are two possibilities. The first is that Father fails in the battle against the heavenly Tao. However, the possibility of this is very small. The second is that Father and the heavenly Tao fail at the same time and collapse at the same time. The situation will be completely out of control. This is what I'm most worried about. If Father and the heavenly Tao fail at the same time, another existence that possesses both Father and the heavenly Tao will be born. That will be truly troublesome. Think about it. This is how Gu Tiansha was born. The conflict between Father and the heavenly Tao gave birth to this uncontrollable factor, causing him to stir up the storm and create so much trouble for us. This is just a small matter of the situation going out of control. If both of them fail at the same time and die together, we won't be able to control the situation at all. That will be the true era of the great calamity. You're looking further than me. When Lu Baiwei heard this, she pondered it for a long time. Indeed, this is the most likely outcome. There have been many such examples in history. Originally, several countries were fighting for hegemony, but no one expected that in the end, an unexpected figure would steal the world. Several thousand years ago, three countries were fighting for hegemony in the Central Plains, but in the end, the world actually belonged to a minor figure. I have to say, this is a funny thing, but that's the reality. Right now, we're fighting against the Emperor of Heaven, but who knows if another figure might suppress us in the future. There is indeed such a possibility that the heavenly Tao and Father perish together. Gu Chensha said, "Today, when I fought with the Emperor of Heaven, I felt that while the Emperor of Heaven's strength is boundlessly tyrannical, he doesn't have the power to kill me. However, I feel even more uneasy in the depths of my heart." Perfect anti-theft chapter. Please search engine. Chapter 886. Yes, we couldn't see the realms of the heavenly axiom and his majesty clearly. We always felt that they were high above and untouchable. But now that I've seen their realms, I also have the hope of reaching that level. But the more it is like this, the more I feel that the situation is indeed in a state of loss of control. Lu Baiwen nodded. After refining the mysterious power of the Empress of Heaven's origin and the regal proprieties' golden medallion, her cultivation had increased greatly. She was only second to the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Qinsha, so she knew many things. Actually, our current strength has completely surpassed the Emperor of Heaven. In the battle with the Emperor of Heaven just now, I more or less understood some of his abilities. He may be a little stronger than me, but he doesn't have an overwhelming advantage over me. And my advantage over him is that I control the sacrifices of the people of China, from which I can extract endless power that surpasses the heavenly axiom to replenish myself. Of course, he is also waiting for the moment when the situation in China is out of control and we can't control the hearts of the people of the world. Now, he may have already infiltrated the imperial court and disintegrated us from the inside. Gu Qinsha once again recalled the various details of his battle with the Emperor of Heaven just now. As he carefully pondered and calculated, he benefited a lot. He felt that his cultivation had increased to a higher level and reached some mysterious realm. By the way, in your calculations, who is the Emperor of Heaven, or what identity did he use to infiltrate our imperial court? Lu Baiwe asked. With her current cultivation, she was still a little bit away from being able to calculate the secrets of the Emperor of Heaven. I already have some clues, but I can't say it out loud. I even have to hide my thoughts. Otherwise, the person who is hiding the identity of the Emperor of Heaven will sense it when I have a thought. At that time, it will be very unwise to act rashly and alert the enemy. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. Moreover, even if we have confirmed the hidden identity of the Emperor of Heaven, we can't arrest him. Instead, we will make him desperate and cause turmoil in the world. What we need to do now is naturally to guard against him, using him to strengthen our nation's destiny. Apart from that, we also need to guard against the immeasurable changes that will occur when Father and the heavenly Tao collapse at the same time. After exchanging blows with the Emperor of Heaven, Gu Qinsha's horizons were once again broadened by a lot. Of course, he had also absorbed a lot of knowledge from Regal Propria's Golden Plate and Gu Taxian's True Will, as well as his experience in fighting against the heavenly Tao. The experience of fighting against the heavenly Tao in Regal Propria's medallion was much more than that of the God system. After all, the warships and systems of the prehistoric civilization were nothing more than failures, completely destroyed in the battle against the heavenly axiom. Now, however, Gu Taxian had not failed and had even suppressed the heavenly axiom, putting it at a disadvantage. The battle between the heavenly axiom and Gu Taxian could be seen from Gu Qinsha and the Emperor of Heaven. In the secular world, Gu Qinsha represented Gu Taxian, while the Emperor of Heaven represented the heavenly axiom. Now that the Empress of Heaven's origin had been refined by Lu Baiwe, naturally, the Emperor of Heaven was at a disadvantage, and so was the heavenly axiom. Of course, the heavenly axiom also had a very fierce counterattack, and this was what Gu Qinsha was afraid of. With Gu Chincha's strength, it would not be a problem for him to advance to the sky origin stage in the future. Now that I've refined the Empress of Heaven's origin and advanced a step further, I can do more things. Lu Baiwa said. Next, what should we do? Also, I feel that the Emperor's will is not that simple. The people of China have changed. What you need to do is to try your best to stabilize them. And I will take the 9 heavenly kings' origin, collect the endless 36 treasures, refine the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, and weaken the power of the heavenly axiom again. I will participate in the deepest struggle. Gu Qinsha said, This time, I have understood many things. Many clouds have completely dispersed, and I can see everything except the Emperor of Heaven, including the earthly sovereign. The earthly sovereign? Lu Baiwa said, That is the Lord of the underworld, second only to the Emperor of Heaven, also known as the Lord of Samsara, who controls the cycle of the netherworld. He is mysterious and unpredictable, and in the future, he will be one of the most powerful forces. With his identity, even the Emperor of Heaven can appoint and dismiss him at will. Could it be that this person has also infiltrated our imperial court? Yes, the earthly sovereign and the 10 Yama kings are also reincarnated. They have hidden themselves well and infiltrated our imperial court, ready to stir up trouble at any time. Moreover, they have received the order from the Emperor of Heaven, and they are plotting something big. If this big thing succeeds, it will be enough to overthrow the divine land and bring disaster to our rule, Gu Qinsha said. Since they are eliminated immediately, eliminate these unstable factors. Lu Baiyue's face turned cold. She knew that once these people's conspiracy was launched, it would probably be as powerful as a thunderbolt, and the hearts of the people would be in turmoil, and it would be difficult for them to unite. It's not that simple. Gu Qinsha said, This matter I have to peel off the cocoon of silk and solve the conspiracy step by step. Currently, the most important thing is that the people's hearts cannot change. Otherwise, if the people's hearts change, we will not be able to control the situation, and instead, we will be contaminated by the poison in the people's hearts and fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. We have borne the karma of all living beings, and we also have to bear the greed, anger, and delusion of all living beings. The hearts of all living beings have changed. In their power of sacrifice, if there is no beauty but only greed, anger, and delusion, our dragonless gourd will definitely be greatly contaminated. Lu Baiwa nodded. The contamination is secondary. I have already comprehended the highest realm of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and once I succeed, I can turn the contamination into merit, and turn greed, anger, and delusion into truth, kindness, and beauty, Gu Qinsha said. However, the Emperor of Heaven and his group will add fuel to the fire, and I will also be flustered. We can always learn from the heavenly axiom and destroy the world. When the people's hearts cannot be controlled, and there is no way to remedy it, we can immediately destroy the world, cleanse the filth, and rebuild the universe. Of course, I do have the ability to do that, but I absolutely cannot do that. The heavenly axiom could not control the people's hearts, but when the heavenly axiom lost control, it would destroy the world. For example, when the prehistoric civilization reached its peak, humans actually wanted to create their own system to replace the heavenly axiom. The heavenly axiom definitely could not make these people change their minds, and so it immediately destroyed the world and rebuilt the immortal axiom civilization. The immortal axiom civilization paid particular attention to the heavenly heart, obeying the heavens, cultivating virtue, and revering the heavens. But now, people like Gu Qinsha were born. Similarly, when Gu Qinsha stood at his current height, managing the 4 wilds of the divine prefecture and the countless people in the country, among these people, there would also be uncontrollable factors. This was a problem that even the heavenly axiom could not solve. If Gu Qinsha could solve this problem, he would truly surpass the heavenly axiom. I finally understand why the final move of the heavenly sacrificial talisman is to unite all living beings. Gu Qinsha once again comprehended. The unity of all living beings is something that even the heavenly axiom cannot achieve. So, the heavenly axiom made the Son of Heaven try again and again, and failed again and again. In the end, although he did not succeed, he still accumulated a lot of experience and caused the heavenly axiom to evolve. The heavenly axiom is constantly evolving. Even as Gu Chansha and Liu Baiwei were conversing, Zhuge came in with a report. Something seems to be wrong with the sacrificial pool. The sacrificial power has decreased significantly. Oh. Gu Chincha's body flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was in the deepest part of the dragonless gourd. It was a huge pond, and inside the pond were countless lines that penetrated into the void. Those lines were like invisible conduits that connected the hearts of all the people under Yongchao's rule. Sure enough, a third of the lines in the sacrificial pool had withered and were now devoid of sacrificial power. In other words, 1/3 of the people under the heavens had chosen not to offer sacrifices to the imperial court. The hearts of the people were changing, and not even the imperial court could control them. As people get stronger, the hearts of the people change, and they lose the reverence and sincerity they once had toward the imperial court. In fact, as time goes by, disloyal hearts begin to form, and they begin to think that they, too, can rule the world. Gu Qinsha observed the sacrificial pool. Within the pool, it was filled with the sacrificial energy of all living beings in the world. There were all sorts of bizarre and motley things. Sacrificial power was essentially primal chaos elemental power, which required incredible power and methods to extract deathless substances. Gu Qinsha had the means and the power to do so. However, if the sacrificial pool lost the faith and reverence of the people, it would dry up. At that point, Gu Qinsha would no longer be able to extract the substances from it. After all, he wasn't omnipotent. The good thing was that, although the hearts of the people had changed, the general trend was still in Gu Qinsha's hands, as well as the imperial courts. If he could delay the trend, and buy enough time for Gu Qinsha to fully comprehend the secrets of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, then everyone who cultivated it would become a divergent, and the change in the hearts of the people could be resolved. Gu Qinsha was confident that he could change the hearts of the people and control them. If this goes on, in a few years, the hearts of the people in the imperial court will be lost. Zhuge said, all the dynasties in the past have lost their hearts because of revolts and natural disasters. Who would have thought that our Yonko would lose their hearts because we are too powerful and the people's cultivation is getting higher and higher? That's not strange. There's a saying among the people that if you raise a grain of rice, you raise a grain of rice to be hated. Great kindness is like great enmity, and when things reach an extreme, they will go in the opposite direction. This is the truth. Gu Qinsha didn't find it strange. I'll go to the people to personally see the changes and see how the hearts of the people change. We've won the hearts of the people, but because we've given too many things to the people, we've lost their hearts. This change is very beneficial to our cultivation, and we can carefully comprehend and understand more secrets. Actually, the best way is to weaken the world, stop the people from cultivating, and imprison the people's wisdom. Zhuge said, the policies of the past dynasties have been like this. The people can be forced to do as they please, but they can't be made aware. A. Chapter 887. Gu Qinsha, Liu Baiwei, Zhuge, and the others formed the Celestial Pacification Department, which had given the people of the world far too many things. They had allowed the people of the world to cultivate, then passed on the human dragon fist technique, and created all sorts of tools to help the people of the world live better. The original contributions of the Celestial Pacification Department could not be buried. But now, as humanity grew stronger, the people's horizons were broadened, and the desires in their hearts grew greater and greater. As a result, many people became disloyal. Not only did they covet the throne, they also wanted to obtain more things. In this way, the hearts of the people of the world naturally began to disperse. Ambition grew, and naturally, the sacrifices were reduced. Sacrifices did not necessarily have to be carried out in public with all sorts of grand and solemn ceremonies. The main thing was the recognition of the people. If the people approved of you, even if there were no ceremonies, they would still have the power of sacrifice if they secretly talked about your various benefits. On the contrary, if the people did not approve of you, they would all have their own ulterior motives. No matter how grand the ceremonies were, they would not be able to obtain the power of sacrifice. Now that the Dragonless Cabinet had been formed, Gu Chansha and the others no longer called for the people to hold sacrifices. Everything was done according to their own hearts. Although 1/3 of the people had already developed other thoughts, there was still a majority of the people who deeply approved of the Imperial Court, the Dragonless Cabinet, and even the previous Celestial Pacification Department. In fact, 1/5 of the people's gratitude towards the Imperial Court was as firm as a boulder, unshakable. Their power of sacrifice was pure, rich, and heavy. It was the true foundation. Imprisoning the world is a wise decision, but it has the opposite effect. In this way, I'm afraid those who originally supported us will change their minds. Gu Qinsha waved his hand, not agreeing with Zhuge Ye's view. Of course, I'm also considering your worries. But I'm condensing an eternal truth, a mental cultivation method of the highest realm. Those who approve of me will follow this mental cultivation method and cultivate to the highest realm. There is hope for them to be immortal, indestructible, inexhaustible, and incorruptible. And those who do not approve of me will naturally have no hope of reaching this realm. Under the drive of this realm, the people will naturally approve of my truth. My Dragonless Heart Sutra is at this level, surpassing the two civilizations. It is the supreme truth of the heavenly Tao. Of course, it's not perfect yet, but I'm confident that if I continue to spread it, the truth will be understood and accepted by people. This is eternal nothingness. If we want to create a new world, an unprecedented achievement, then we definitely can't continue the imperial schemes of our predecessors or the techniques to imprison the wisdom of the people. What we need to do is to cultivate the absolute truth to be absolutely supreme. As a pioneer, we have to open up a path that is absolutely correct. If the people who come after us don't follow our path, then they will have to take a detour. This was what it meant to be upright. The path is right under our feet. It's up to you whether you want to walk it or not. If you follow my path, you'll become immortal. If you don't, you'll fall. I believe that people will make the right choice in judgment. This is what we have to do. Only with this mentality can we walk to the end. Otherwise, any deviation or schemes will make us vanish into the crowd. Not bad. After hearing this, Zhuge let out a long roar. This is indeed the overall state of our imperial court, the Dragonless Cabinet. We have to spread this ideology and spirit. You must bring up this ideology. After hearing Gu Chincha's words, Lu Baiwei also nodded. With this ideology as the foundation, it's tantamount to setting up an immortal pillar. Even if it's the Emperor of Heaven or the Heavenly Tao, it won't be easy to shake it. As she spoke, a wave of fate energy spread out, enveloping the entire Dragonless Gourd. The originally boiling, sacrificial pool actually began to calm down. This was the true core of the Imperial Court, the Dragonless Cabinet. The ideology of ruling the world was finally determined. As soon as these words were spoken, the fate energy could sense that an immortal foundation had really been set up. From this, it could be seen that Gu Chincha's approach was truly the correct one. Now, every move of the people in the Dragonless Cabinet would affect the world. Therefore, they had decided on the core ideology. The world was unknowingly changing, and there would be great changes in the future. Our fate energy has solidified and is virtually unshakable. Lu Baiwei could see that even though the Imperial Court's fate and providence had not started to increase, they had become many times more condensed and stable than before. In fact, they were still condensing and becoming more solid. It gave off a feeling of indestructibility and indestructibility. Next, we'll follow the strategy. Gu Chincha's body flickered as he left the Dragonless Gourd and entered the Central Divine Prefecture. He wanted to see what was going on among the people, to see how their hearts had changed and what their mental processes were like. This was a type of cultivation that he had been practicing. Originally, the Great Yonko was a place where the people were united and the destiny of the nation was highly condensed. Ever since Guchan Shah had suppressed the world-destroying flood that had exploded the capital city, the destiny of the nation and the hearts of the people had reached a new peak. However, in the 36th year of the Heavenly Talisman, the Heavenly Tao had stopped watching over it. Cultivation among the people was in full swing, and the speed at which they rose through the ranks was incredibly fast. This was what it meant to say that hardship could bring prosperity to a nation, and that one could perish in a state of leisure. The Heavenly Tao was tied down by Gu Taxian and could no longer destroy the world. Therefore, they simply poured oil on the fire, causing the world to expand and then collapse on its own. It had to be said that this was the most brilliant method. Guchen Shah suggested a way to deal with it. Xian province is where the hearts of the people have changed the most. Guchen Shah had now landed in Xian province. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a young man in gray linen clothes. He was not a Confucian scholar, but a wanderer of the pugilistic world. Ever since the arrival of the Yonko, although the secret surveillance was tight, the atmosphere of the world was very relaxed on the surface. It could be said that the world was tight on the inside and loose on the outside. Many of the people who had cultivated to the Tao realm had traveled the world, becoming wanderers and adventurers. They weren't scholars. That was because the imperial court had actually gone through a defunct attitude. There were fewer and fewer officials, and they were all replaced by common people generals, common people marquises, common people generals, and common people small officials. These common people puppets didn't know fatigue, and they were thorough in their work. They had no selfish motives, and no one would be able to pick out their mistakes. This led to the imperial court's efficiency greatly increasing, and it also prevented the people from having any grievances against the imperial court. Just like that, many things were avoided. Of course, without a promotion channel, the common people would also lose some kind of binding and control power. This was also a big drawback. The biggest reason why the imperial examinations were held in the past dynasties was to rope in the scholars of the common people and give them a channel to promote so that they would not wander about among the common people and develop resentment. Over time, they would have the intention to rebel. However, as a solution to this problem, Guchan Shah had a countermeasure, which was to encourage people to fight against the demon race. The number of demons they killed would determine the amount of merits they would get. Those who contributed a lot could use their merits to exchange for various cultivation techniques, pills, and treasures from the calming celestial department. This was also a brand new promotion channel, and it also solved the problem of the demon race's invasion. Guchen Shah had now landed in Xian province, because for some reason, Xian province was the place where people's hearts were lost the fastest. In the process of the common people general's inspection, there seemed to be no problems in Xian province on the surface, and there were no evil spirits causing trouble. There weren't even any traces of heavenly kings. However, Guchen Shah knew that there was indeed something fishy about this matter. After all, the common people general was at the celestial venerable realm, but Guchen's opponents were too strong. They were heavenly kings and the emperor of heaven at the drop of a hat. If these people purposely hid, the common people general's celestial venerable realm couldn't find any traces at all. Moreover, Guchen's main body was suppressing the restlessness of the divine continent and the 4 desolate lands to prevent any problems. Moreover, he was preparing a divine ability to completely refine the divine continent and the 4 desolate lands, turning them into a part of his dragonless gourd. This would require some time and energy, and it was definitely a huge project. Guchen Shah arrived at the border of Xian province, the place where it connected to the desolate lands. Not long ago, this place was the main battlefield, and the commerce here was flourishing. However, as the barbarians were gradually expelled, the trade here declined. However, as the population grew, the trade here flourished again. The great wall of stone stood at the border like a coiled dragon, and its momentum grew stronger and stronger. It was like a rope that firmly bound the divine continent. At this time, Gu Chansha also saw the purpose of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor building the Great Wall of Stone. Defending against the barbarians was only a small part of it. The main purpose was to seal off the divine continent, cutting off some channel of the divine continent's transformation into the future heavenly court. This made it easier to suppress and refine the divine continent. Gu Chansha gradually saw the height of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor Gu Taxian. He could understand many of Gu Taxian's plans in the past. The reason why he promoted Liu Baiwei was because Liu Baiwei had the origin of the Empress of Heaven in her body. Then, he made Gu Xinsha crown prince so that he could use Gu Xinsha to imprison the one-god system and the warships of the prehistoric civilization. There were many wonderful uses for building the Great Wall of Stone. Now that the Great Wall of Stone was here, Gu Chansha felt that refining the divine continent would save him a lot of energy. There were many tourists on the Great Wall of Stone. There were also many shops on the Great Wall, selling all kinds of things. These shops were all owned by the government. They brought all kinds of special products from the demon area of Xin province to exchange for all kinds of things in the depths of the desolate land. It was convenient for the people to buy and trade. Since the Great Wall of Stone had been built, it had become a landmark. Everyone was willing to come here to see the scenery, to appreciate the desolate land and the inside of the pass. There were more and more tourists on the Great Wall of Stone every year, and it became more and more prosperous. Moreover, there were several disasters in the divine continent, such as earthquakes and floods. Other places would be shaken, but the Great Wall of Stone did not move. It seemed to have become a place of refuge. When the supernatural spread, more people came to understand the mysteries. A. Chapter 888. Gu Chansha appeared on top of the Great Stone Great Wall and looked at the inside and outside of the divine prefecture. Tourists weaved in and out, densely packed and extremely prosperous. Occasionally, experts would fly over from the distance and land here. They found a place to sit down and comprehend. This was because some experts realized that comprehending Tao techniques on the giant stone wall would allow them to comprehend more. The giant stone wall became a place to comprehend the Tao. There really are so many experts here. Gu Chansha looked at all of this and thought back to the 14th year of Heaven Talisman. At that time, people who just stepped into Tao realm were already at the peak of pugilistic world and could be called old ancestors. Those who could fly in the air were pretty much all true celestials. Now, in just a short 20 years, the world had undergone a huge change. First, there were fortuitous encounters and many experts appeared. Then, the Heaven Tao stopped monitoring and it became really easy to raise one's realm. Now, there were basically many Tao realm experts, and many of them had cultivated Xiantian energy. There were even people at the 18 transformation, Great Tao Golden Core, that appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. Tao Realm 36 transformations. Each stage was a different state of mind. When one state of mind changed, some of them would give rise to strong heart demons. Gu Qinsha realized that many experts had lost respect for the dynasty. In the depths of their hearts, they even relied on their abilities and weren't willing to listen to the dynasty's rules and laws. He walked on the hundreds of thousands of miles long, incomparably broad Great Wall, listening to the conversations of the people around him and sensing the chaotic emotions and atmosphere in the human world. The true thoughts of many people were reflected in his mind. Brother Wang, your cultivation actually improved once more. In just a short month, you went from Tao Realm 3 Transformation Copper Skin and Iron Bones to Tao Realm 8 Transformation Samadhi True Fire. This is a miracle. If news of this spread out a few years ago, no Black Heaven and Earth sect geniuses would be able to compare to you. Well said, well said. I just had some fortuitous encounters. Brother Zhang, you are the same. You actually broke through to Transformation 9 and cultivated the glass jade body. You are even ahead of me. Once the glass jade body is formed, you will have at least 300 years of lifespan. Congratulations. Haha, It's extremely easy to break through to the next level now. Brother Wang, I see that you came to the Great Wall to gain enlightenment and break through to the 9 transformations, right? To think that the Great Stone Great Wall is now a sacred land for comprehending the Tao. Ever since the heavenly talisman 36 years ago, there would occasionally be many miracles happening here. I heard that not long ago, an expert from the Hu clan broke through to the divine level here, cultivating to 30 transformations of the Tao realm and creating a world, becoming a top-notch character in one go. God tier. This realm allows one to live for thousands of years. However, we will reach this realm sooner or later. By the way, the Imperial Court recently released another piece of news. Have you seen it? It seems like they want to spread the Dragonless Heart Sutra. They say that once this Heart Sutra is cultivated, anyone can break through to the next realm and become an anomaly. I also saw this news. However, the Imperial Court broke up the Dragon Raising Heart Sutra, Dragon Creation Heart Sutra, and Holy Dragon Heart Sutra and transformed them into the Human Dragon Heart Sutra. They released them one by one and even wanted us to use our contribution points to exchange for them. This is a ploy and a ploy. It would be great if the Imperial Court made all the cultivation techniques public. That's right. If they could make all the cultivation techniques public, our cultivation and comprehension would increase tenfold or even 100-fold. I heard that the Imperial Court actually grasped the celestial venerable creation technique. In other words, even if we don't cultivate as long as we obtain this creation technique, we can cultivate to become celestial venerables or even live as long as the heavens and the earth. This is not a rumor. This is the truth. Look at those common people. All of them are at the celestial venerable realm. This shows that the highest cultivation secret that the Imperial Court grasps is definitely not something that ordinary people like us can come into contact with. The Imperial Court actually has the power to create celestial venerables so that we don't have to painstakingly cultivate to become celestial venerables. However, the Imperial Court doesn't do this. Right now, there's already a voice among the people that wants the Imperial Court to be open to the public. They want to publicize all the cultivation secrets and techniques so that everyone can obtain the secret of immortality. I also hope to immediately obtain immortality. Even if cultivation is so easy now, I'm afraid that we have no hope of truly cultivating to the realm of living as long as the heavens and the earth. However, if the Imperial Court announces the secret, our hopes will be much greater. The Imperial Court keeps saying that they are wholeheartedly for the people and for the world, but in reality, they are also hiding it. The things that are being circulated now seem to be a great favor to us, but in reality, they're just plucking a hair to benefit the world. I think the Imperial Court still wants to restrict our intelligence and thoughts, not allowing us to develop by leaps and bounds. Of course, which dynasty's policy isn't to fool the people. We shouldn't have too much hope for the Imperial Court. However, it is still possible for us to appeal to the Imperial Court to reveal more cultivation secrets. Do you think that if we appeal to the Imperial Court to reveal our cultivation secrets, we will be targeted by the Imperial Court and then secretly deal with us? I'm afraid that is still impossible. After all, the Imperial Court is the Imperial Court. They still have to put on a show. Of course, we don't know what they are actually thinking. Looking at the methods that the Imperial Court is hiding, they might not have any good intentions. For example, the Imperial Court doesn't actually want everyone to become celestial venerables, but in fact, it is possible to create human dragon pills and let everyone become geniuses. This is completely possible. However, how did the Imperial Court do it? They still limited the supply of pills. Even now, we don't have the talent to become geniuses. Not to mention geniuses, even if we are geniuses or born saints, the Imperial Court can create pills for us to become geniuses. But what did the Imperial Court do? There is indeed a huge problem with the Imperial Court. Let's not care about all this and just focus on cultivation and observe the changes. Gu Chansha casually listened and saw a few small groups of people between Tao realm changes, 5 to 10, talking to one another. They were discussing cultivation and the imperial court. From their tone, it was obvious that they weren't satisfied and hoped that the imperial court could help them reach the heavens in a single step. Moreover, they seemed to be discussing to join some organization to force the imperial court to hand over more pills and techniques. As expected, people's hearts were starting to change. At least the people in this small group didn't have any gratitude in their hearts. All they had was desire and unsatisfaction. They weren't satisfied that they only had 100 or a few hundred years of lifespan. They wanted to become celestial venerables and even live as long as heaven and earth. In the past, they didn't even dare to think about such things. But now that they had the imperial court, they felt that the imperial court could help them fulfill this wish. This was why they were extremely unhappy with the imperial court. As expected, one should be indebted to another. When Gu Qinsha heard the thoughts of the people, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he gained a deeper understanding of human nature. The human heart would never be satisfied. One could say that even if all the people cultivated the heaven life realm and lived as long as heaven and earth, they wouldn't be satisfied. They would still chase heaven essence realm, heaven realm, and even heaven Tao realm. All of them hoped to become people like the Emperor of Heaven or even existences that surpassed the heaven Tao. But this ambition was also the driving force behind their growth. From it, one could extract the strongest poison that could corrupt the heaven Tao. Gu Qinsha had refined this kind of thing and successfully forced the celestial arch to retreat, thus allowing Liu Baiyue to truly refine the Empress of Heaven's source. Gu Qinsha didn't do anything to this small group. He continued to observe. Many people's thoughts and discussions spread over even more intensely. Ha! I have finally broken through to Tao Realm Transformation 6. Xiantian energy. I have cultivated Xiantian energy. As expected, this giant stone wall is a great place to break through. 10% of it is breaking away from the foundations of the physical body and forming the Tao of energy. You have just started. On the giant stone wall, there were people who broke through to God Realm not long ago. But even God Realm is like an ant to the imperial court. One must know that the common people generals of the imperial court are all celestial venerables, God generals, and saints. In front of the common people general, God Realm experts can be crushed to death with just one finger. This is why no matter how strong we are just people that the imperial court can easily trample on. The imperial court is only giving us benefits and hasn't trampled on us, right? That might not be the case. If they don't trample on us now, something cruel might happen in the future. Have you all reared pigs? Rearing pigs means feeding them well and serving them well. Once they get fat, they will be killed during the new year. They will eat their meat and drink their blood. They won't even let off their skin. Don't you think that we are being reared like pigs? There is indeed such a characteristic. The imperial court may seem fine now, but in reality, our lives and deaths are in the hands of the imperial court. In the future, the imperial court could do whatever they want. In other words, it's better to have one's life and death in one's own hands. Freedom should also be in one's own hands. No matter how benevolent a master is, there will still be times when he changes his mind. Well said. No matter how kind a master is, there will be times when he changes his mind. We have to control our own fate and not be controlled by the imperial court. Actually, the imperial court didn't give us anything. Everything we have was exchanged for. Instead, the imperial court absorbed the power of our sacrifices and refined undying substances from within. But what did we get? Some pills and cultivation techniques that aren't even as good as scraps. In the end, the imperial court's exploitation of us is even more vicious than the previous dynasties. The previous dynasties just took away the wealth of the people. But now, the imperial court is taking away our soul, faith, and sacrifices. I don't think the imperial court will last long. That makes sense, so I won't worship the imperial court. Even deep in my heart, I won't feel any gratitude towards the imperial court. A. Chapter 889. 1 second, small, say section net. Org, wonderful pop-up window, free reading. Chapter 886. The Endless Dragon. The hearts of the people of the world had indeed changed. The originally well-behaved people, because they had obtained more power, greatly inflated the depths of their hearts. Before their horizons were broadened, they felt that the imperial court, Gu Chensha, and the dragonless cabinet did not give them much. However, it was impossible for the imperial court to disseminate all cultivation techniques to the world. If that was the case, the chaos in the world would increase by 1,000,000,000 times. This was because the world's heart had not yet reached the level where it could grasp an extremely strong power. Everyone grasped great power, but they did not have the corresponding state of mind, which would bring disaster to the world. In Gu Chinch's opinion, the people of the world were far from being able to truly grasp power. Giving them the strongest power was equivalent to giving a child a destructive killing machine. Throwing it out at the drop of a hat would cause disasters everywhere. Governing the world is so difficult. Gu Qinsha sighed in his heart. No wonder even the heavenly Tao can't do anything to the human heart. I control the Qianquan divine continent. If I'm not careful, I'll be devoured by the human heart of the divine continent and Qianquan sooner or later. Walking on the great stone wall, Gu Chansha found that most of the people here were cultivators seeking a breakthrough. The Great Wall gathered the veins of the divine prefecture. In an era without the supervision of the heavenly Tao, the Great Wall was also evolving on its own. It cultivated an invincible power and possessed its own spirituality. In the end, it became an existence even stronger than the Dragon Gate of the primitive universe, the primordial mist tree, and a heavenly sacrificial talisman. The Great Stone Wall had gradually revealed its invincibility. Gu Qinsha also knew about this. The reason why he came to Xian Province and the Great Stone Wall was actually to set up a big picture. In the blink of an eye, his divine sense was able to penetrate every nook and cranny of the Great Stone Wall. The Great Stone Wall was hundreds of thousands of miles long, separating China from the wilderness. There were currently billions of people living on the Great Wall. There was no mistaking the fact that they were living here. They were renting houses, setting up tents, and seeking enlightenment. This place became a place of enlightenment. The reincarnation of infinity treasure? As Gu Chinch's divine will permeated the place, he sensed some unusual auras. He had already obtained the 12 inexhaustible treasures of the 3 ministers, 8 marquises, and Fong Lin, as well as the 7 inexhaustible treasures of the great burning heavenly king, Fa Wuxian's inexhaustible umbrella, Wen Hong's inexhaustible cauldron, Xian Xian's inexhaustible heart, Gao Yuanxin's inexhaustible eye, and Zhang Ziren's inexhaustible flame. Adding them up, he now had a total of 24 endless treasures, and there were still 12 endless treasures wandering outside. Apart from Jing Qiu's inexhaustible river, Gu Tanjian, and Gu Changjian's inexhaustible sword and inexhaustible blade, there were still 9 endless treasures that Gu Chansha had been wanting to collect. In fact, every time he collected an endless treasure, it was equivalent to grasping a part of the Heaven Realm's secrets and abilities. Sooner or later, the Heaven Realm would be under his control. Now, Gu Tiansha and Gu Xiansha were plotting against the sun and moon, and even the entire Heaven Realm. However, in Gu Chinch's view, these 2 people were doing everything for him. Let them pose a threat to the Heaven Realm's will. Let the prehistoric civilization system and the Heaven Realms will fight to the death. Then, Gu Chansha could truly collect the 36 endless treasures, open the door to the Heaven Realm, and refine the throne of the Emperor Heaven. He could truly rule over everything and follow his heart. Whoosh! Gu Chinch's body appeared on the other side of the Great Stone Wall, and he still saw tourists and cultivators everywhere. A few cultivators gathered together and communicated secretly with their divine thoughts. The aura of the endless treasure came from one of the cultivators. This fluctuation was very obscure. If Gu Chansha had not obtained the endless heart and cultivated to an invincible realm, he would not have been able to sense it. The person with the aura of the endless treasure was a very young man, about 15 years old. exactly the same age as Gu Chansha when he started out. Moreover, this young man had red lips, white teeth, muscular arms, and a thin waist. He was handsome, confident, graceful, and had an outstanding temperament. With a single glance, one could tell that he was a young hero. The people gathered around him were not ordinary people either, but they all obeyed his orders. From the looks of it, this young man was the backbone, just like how Gu Chansha gathered many experts to establish the calming immortal department back then. This young man's cultivation was extremely profound. When Gu Chansha looked over, he found that the power in his body was surging like a tide, like a dragon or a sea. The endless treasure in his body vaguely turned into the shape of a dragon, rising, changing, and stretching. The endless dragon. Gu Chansha nodded. The endless treasure in this young man's body was very powerful. It was called the Endless Dragon, and it was ranked fourth among the endless 36 treasures, second only to the Endless Cauldron. Moreover, this treasure, the Endless Dragon, and the Endless Cauldron worked together. Once the dragon entered the cauldron, it could truly control the world and achieve an invincible realm. Its status was even higher than Gu Tianzi's, and it would be the true lord of the human world. The human world was the future human world. It was extremely vast, and it was also the object of heaven's care. But now that Gu Chansha had appeared out of nowhere and even suppressed the Emperor of Heaven, whether or not the human world could be formed in the future was unknown. Let's see what this young man is trying to do. I sense an unusual aura from his body. He seems to have an extremely powerful fate and luck. Some of the previous Endless Treasure's reincarnations can't compare to him at all. Gu Chansha observed in secret and didn't make a move. He wanted to see what mysteries this young man had. The heavenly Tao had now lost control of the human world, and all kinds of people with fate and luck were emerging one after another. In the past, the Emperor's fate was already the best in the world, but now there were more people with such fate, and there were even stronger ones. When Gu Chansha saw this young man, he could sense from his fate. If this young man was in the past, his fate would have far surpassed Gu Tianzi's. Even the Emperor's fate was not as good as this young man. It seemed that besides the Endless Dragon, this young man had other secrets. Gu Chansha had seen such a young man before, and that was Zhang Ziren. He contributed his endless flame to show his sincerity to the imperial court, but Gu Chansha could sense that Zhang Ziren wasn't so simple. However, Zhang Ziren had been working hard for the imperial court and hadn't made any mistakes or complaints. He had also contributed a lot to the sacrificial power. This was why Gu Chansha was able to make use of him. Long Xiangtian, your cultivation has actually improved so quickly. In the short 3 days we have been here, you have broken through many realms. You have gone from Tao Realm 17 Transformation, Tao Splitting Soul, to 27 Transformation, 2 Worlds Seamless. In 3 days, you have broken through 10 realms. This is basically a miracle that has never happened in history. Even the top person in the world, the head of the Imperial Court's Dragonless Cabinet, Gu Chansha, isn't as fast as you. Moreover, with your current 27 Transformation Realm, you can kill God Realm experts and even fight with saints. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things. There were men and women in this small group, and they were all filled with energy. With Long Xiangtian, who had the Endless Dragon, as the leader, the fate gathered by this small group was really overpowered. They could pretty much make their dreams come true and do whatever they wanted. This small group's fate is really overpowered. In the future, they will be able to do great things. Gu Chansha frowned and continued to monitor them. The people in this small group were all cultivating, and they were using a hidden spiritual sense to communicate with one another. It won't be a problem for me to reach God Realm in one go. Long Xiangtian's divine will stirred in a cryptic manner. Furthermore, I've come to understand the wondrous effects of the Great Wall. The Great Wall itself is a dragon of the divine continent. It coils around the divine continent and suppresses it. Over time, it has produced a wondrous effect. Especially recently, countless cultivators and experts have come here to comprehend their cultivation realms. The will and psyche of these people are wholeheartedly focused on comprehending the Tao, producing the purest true intent of Tao enlightenment. This true intent is purer and more tyrannical than any sacrificial power. What I need to do now is to use my boundless dragon as a primer to permeate the great stone wall, then completely refine it, turning it into my life-bound treasure. That way, I can comprehend the secrets of the heavenly talisman emperor, as well as the spirit of Tao enlightenment of all living beings. As long as I take the great stone wall, my cultivation base will immediately reach grand completion, and I'll be able to get a share of the spoils from Yongqiao. What? You can even refine this giant stone wall? This giant stone wall is so majestic that it has weathered so many natural disasters. There was even a time when it transformed into a giant stone dragon that helped Yonko fend off a calamity. In the eyes of many cultivators, this giant stone wall is a supreme treasure. That's right. Long Xiangtian's divine will flickered as he continued. This giant stone wall has already surpassed the desolate dragon gate, the heavenly sacrificial talisman, and the grand mist tree. What's even more amazing is that as the mysteries of this giant stone wall continue to manifest, countless experts have come here to comprehend the Tao. Their Tao comprehension spirit will permeate into the giant stone wall, causing it to grow stronger and stronger, eventually transforming into something that transcends the limits and limits. My current cultivation method is to plant my own will within the giant stone wall, gradually gaining control over the great stone wall, allowing it to absorb the Tao comprehension spirit of all living beings in the world. In the future, everyone would think that the imperial court has obtained the sacrificial power of all living beings in the world, but they would never know that I have already taken over the dragonless cabinet, feasting on the most delicious meat. The dragonless cabinet, the imperial court, and that so-called invincible Gu Chansha are merely eating my leftovers. With such a plan, can we really succeed? No one knows who will emerge victorious in the future. Another youth spoke. Chapter 890. Why is there such an arrogant person in the world? Dragon soars into the sky. Gu Chansha accurately grasped the changes in the divine will and immediately shook his head. This Long Xiangtian actually wants to use the inexhaustible dragon in his body as a primer to refine the great stone wall and turn it into his own treasure. He even wants to secretly steal the imperial court's karmic luck, so that the imperial court's karmic luck can only eat his leftovers. This is like pulling the firewood from under the cauldron. His ambition surpasses even that of the primordial mystic sand and the primordial heaven sand. But he knows very well that he's getting closer to his goal. In terms of plans, Dragon Soars into the Sky really could succeed. There was a lot of hope. When was a person's psyche at its purest? Naturally, it was during enlightenment. That sort of psyche was the most transcendent, and if one could absorb that sort of psyche, they would become the king of sacrifices. The substances that could be extracted from it would definitely surpass the heavenly Taos, and would require boundless imagination and the spirit of breakthroughs. Gu Chansha had extracted quite a bit of it, and used it to create the true divine prefecture within the dragonless gourd. With the aid of these enlightened sacrifices, Gu Chansha seemed to be able to create a perfect divine prefecture that surpassed the divine prefecture of the Central Plains, a true divine prefecture. The divine prefecture was the strangest land that the heavenly Taos had ever created, and the substances extracted from the hearts of the people had certain characteristics that surpassed the heavenly Taos. If they could create a divine prefecture, it would be far more powerful than the divine prefecture itself. After the Great Stone Wall became a land of enlightenment, the vast amounts of enlightened psyche, the king of sacrifices, had seeped into it, making the Great Stone Wall a treasure that surpassed the primordial tree, the heavenly sacrifice talisman, and the dragon gate of the primitive wilderness. The Great Stone Wall itself was the most powerful magic treasure. It could suppress the destiny of the divine prefecture, and even separate it from the four wilds. Gu Qinsha knew that the Great Stone Wall could be of help to him at the most critical moment. In the future, when he subjugated the four wilds and the divine prefecture, the Great Stone Wall would fuse with them and become a critical aid. And now, this youth, dragon soars into the sky, wanted to take the Great Stone Wall. His vile actions had shaken the foundation of the imperial court. However, Gu Qinsha didn't immediately make a move to kill them. He could already tell that the destiny of this small team was exuberant and simply couldn't be suppressed. With such destiny, if he were to make a move, not only would he not be able to subdue them, but he would also be able to cause them to encounter one fortuitous encounter after another. They would be able to survive in the face of death, grow rapidly, and form a true enemy. Of course, Gu Qinsha didn't care about this. If he forcibly exerted his power, he could kill this young man and his team. However, his body was in the divine land, refining the four wilds, monitoring the world, and searching for the Emperor of Heaven. So he had to spare some energy to observe the movements of the ancient mystic sand and the ancient heaven sand. Most importantly, he had to prevent the series of variables caused by the battle between the heavenly Tao and the heavenly talisman Great Emperor. Therefore, he could not divert too much of his power. Moreover, Long Xiangtian was one of the variables. In the future, there was no such person as Long Xiangtian. The others, such as the 9 heavenly kings, all appeared in the future, and even the Emperor of Heaven could be found in the future. Only Gu Tiansha, Gu Qinsha, and himself did not appear in the future. In other words, the battle between the heavenly Tao and Gu Taxian gradually went out of control. In the battle between the two peerless existences, the destiny became chaotic, causing many variables that didn't happen in the future to occur. The reason why Long Xiangtian's destiny was so strong was most likely because of the battle between the heavenly Tao and Gu Taxian. Their destinies became chaotic, falling between heaven and earth, resulting in the birth of such a prodigy. Gu Qinsha calculated slightly and instantly understood all sorts of things like the back of his hand. His spirit force moved. A smile appeared on his face. Long Xiangtian wasn't from the imperial court, nor was he from the Emperor of Heaven. He definitely wasn't from Gu Tiansha or Gu Qinsha. He had his own ideas and ambitions to rule the world and unify 10,000 worlds. If this person was used well, he might be the best chess piece to deal great damage to the Emperor of Heaven, Gu Tiansha, and Gu Qinsha, while Lin Fan reaped the rewards. In that instant, Gu Qinsha came up with a great plan. Immediately, he walked towards a small group. As he moved, Long Xiangtian sensed him and looked over. A surge of energy slowly seeped in, as if he was trying to see through Gu Qinsha. However, everything about Long Xiangtian was under Gu Qinsha's control. How could he let this kid see through him? Little brother, you look extraordinary and have a high cultivation. From afar, I can see that your destiny is immeasurable. Gu Qinsha walked over and said slowly, with such destiny, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. How about I become friends with you? God Realm Expert? Long Xiangtian looked at Gu Qinsha and a smile appeared on his face. To him, Gu Qinsha hit it really well, but it couldn't escape his eyes. On the surface, Gu Qinsha's strength was around 20 changes of Tao Realm, but in truth, he hid his true divinity. He thought that he saw through everything about Gu Qinsha, but what he didn't know was that Gu Qinsha was just trying to confuse him. This person is at God Realm, and his realm is higher than mine. But if I use my skills, he won't be my match. Long Xiangtian thought to himself, and stood up. Since we are friends, then let's have a chat. Gu Qinsha walked over. Long Xiangtian waved his palm, and a table appeared in front of him. On it was a pot of tea and a few teacups. Where are you from? Long Xiangtian asked. My surname is Zhou, and my name is Wang. Gu Qinsha made up a name. I am from the Central Divine Continent, and I headed to East Wasteland to cultivate the celestial path. Now that the world is in turmoil, I've come here in search of an opportunity to make a breakthrough in the Great Wall. So, that is the case. Long Shantian said, "The imperial court is at its peak and has already conquered the four wildernesses." I heard many celestial cultivators say that East Wasteland has become the imperial court's territory. Heaven and Earth sect has joined the imperial court, and Old Ancestor has become a celestial official. The imperial court has even started to create god generals to manage East Wasteland. With Brother Zhou's cultivation, you should be able to get a good position in the imperial court. When Gu Chunsha heard Long Xiangtian's words, he knew that this person was testing him. He smiled. Who can see through the changes in the heavens? The imperial court is strong, but when I look around, it seems like the hearts of the people are starting to change. In the future, it will probably be an era where heroes fight for supremacy. Who knows who will die? So I am not willing to be swept up in the imperial court's whirlpool. Oh, that's what you think, Brother Zhou? Long Xiangtian's interest was piqued. Then what do you think will happen in the future? The way I see it from now on, heroes will rise up. It will be chaotic, and heroes will emerge in large numbers. The older generation will gradually fade away, and the people who once dominated heaven and earth will lose their halos. In the past, the three grand empyreans, as well as all sorts of old-timers, were peerless. The true gods spread their faith throughout the lands. But now, we're the three grand empyreans. We're the other old-timers. Even Grand Emperor Celestial Talisman has disappeared. Only Gu Qinsha and the Dragonless Cabinet can rule the world. But as time passes, that generation will vanish like smoke into thin air. Gu Qinsha spoke in a tone that Long Shantian hoped for. In the depths of his heart, he had accurately grasped Long Shantian's thoughts. It seems like Brother Zhou isn't someone who is willing to live a peaceful life. But in my opinion, although there are countless experts in the world, compared to the Dragonless Cabinet of the Imperial Court, they're still a far cry. I heard some rumors that the Imperial Court has already grasped the Desolate Dragon Gate, the Heavenly Sacrificial Talisman, and other supreme divine weapons. They even grasp the secret arts of the prehistoric civilization that can create heavenly venerables. Look at that supreme marshal of the common people. Not only does he have the position of a true god, he is also an expert at the heavenly venerable level. Even if the people of the world have countless fortuitous encounters, how many of them can become an heavenly venerable? I think the world still belongs to the imperial court. Long Shantian purposely said, trying to probe the background of the Zhou Wang that Gu Chansha had transformed into. Of course not. The power of the ancient prehistoric civilization wasn't limited to creating celestial venerables. Creating celestial venerables was only a mid-level technology for the prehistoric civilization. Their true power lay in replacing the heavenly Tao. However, even if they were so powerful, they were still annihilated. The current imperial court is still far from what it could be compared to when the prehistoric civilization was at its peak. How could it last for a long time? That Zhou Wang's words are quite interesting. I wonder if he has ambitions as well. If he does, I can subdue him and make him my subordinate. I can use him to accomplish great things in the future. But this person is a deity, so he probably has many secrets behind him. Maybe he's someone from a major power, coming here to look for people with fate and luck. But with my current strength, I'm not afraid of some major powers. But if I were to fight them head-on, both sides would suffer. Long Xiangtian was also thinking, after obtaining the Endless Dragon, my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. But with my current strength, I'm only on par with a sage. If I meet a heavenly venerables, I won't be a match for them. After saying so much, I still haven't asked for little brother's name. Gu Chansha asked. I'm Long Xiangtian. Long Xiangtian didn't hide his name. As for these brothers of mine, I met them when I was traveling around the world. With me as the center, we formed the Flying Dragon Association to fight against the demon race. There are many unpredictable variables. Brother Zhou Wang, you're very strong. Why don't you join our association? We can go to the demon territory and kill countless demons to earn merits. Of course I'm willing. Gu Chansha cupped his hands. I knew that little brother's fate is like the sun in the sky, illuminating the mountains and rivers. In the future, you'll definitely be extraordinary. Chapter 891. Ha! Since you've joined the Flying Dragon Union, you should be honest with me. I think you're a god, right? At this time, Long Xiangtian said to Gu Chench's Zhou Wang. Oh, you can see it so clearly? Even I can't hide it from you? Gu Chensha pretended to be surprised. I more or less have some secret techniques. For example, Long Xiangtian suddenly slammed his palm towards Lin Fan. Gu Chensha quickly retaliated and the two palms collided. At that moment, there was a slight explosion. Long Xiangtian didn't move at all, but Gu Chensha took 3 or 4 steps back. So powerful. Gu Chensha was even more surprised. Your palm technique even contains the power of the holy path? I feel like an endless dragon is coming towards me. Even the power of my world is no match for it. Of course, Gu Chensha did it on purpose. He knew what Long Xiangtian was thinking. However, Gu Chensha could tell that Long Xiangtian's palm technique not only contained the secret of the endless dragon, but also a bit of the power of the Great Stone Wall. From this, it could be seen that this young man was really planning to take over the Great Stone Wall. Gu Chensha felt that Long Xiangtian was very valuable. It was better to observe him in secret and see what tricks he had up his sleeves. He wanted to make use of Long Xiangtian's luck to reach its peak and then harvest the fruit. In Gu Chench's eyes, Long Xiangtian was an immature celestial medicine. It wasn't time to harvest it yet. He decided to add fuel to the fire. Long Xiangtian's luck and luck were like the smell of blood in the sea. They would attract countless sharks and beasts. For example, if the Emperor of Heaven saw Long Xiangtian's luck, he would definitely take Long Xiangtian in and strengthen his own forces. Gu Tiansha and Gu Xinsha would do the same. With this bait, Gu Chensha would be able to fish out many powerhouses who didn't show their strength. Guild leader's strength is truly outstanding. Gu Chensha pretended to be convinced by Flying Dragon's strength. Very good. Long Xiangtian's gaze flickered, and he saw that he had actually sent a dragon-shaped rune into Gu Chench's body to control him. He definitely wouldn't trust the Zhou Wang in front of him, but now he could completely control him. Even if you're a divine realm expert, you won't be able to escape the control of my soaring dragon true talisman. This soaring dragon secret art is a supreme secret that I've comprehended myself. In the future, I'll definitely surpass that Gu Chench's dragonless heart technique and become the highest profound that can truly dominate the world. This child planted a secret technique in my body. This secret technique is quite interesting. I didn't think that the variable that appeared in the world would have such profound wisdom. How could Gu Chensha not know of Long Xiangtian's every move? He was interested to see how far he could grow. All right, we're on the same side now. At this moment, Long Xiangtian felt that he had complete control over Gu Chensha. This was because Gu Chencha's aura, divine sense, and even his microscopic world were all under his control. Let's carry out the plan. In reality, this was an illusion that Gu Chensha had given Long Xiangtian. What's the president's plan? At this moment, Gu Chensha was also communicating with his divine sense. Listen up, this time, I'm going to break through to the divine realm and subdue the Great Stone Wall. Only by subduing the Great Stone Wall will our Flying Dragon Union have the ability to fight against the various powerful figures in the world. After I become a divine realm expert, killing celestial venerables won't be a problem. Long Xiangtian didn't hide his ambition. Then what do we need to do? At this moment, some of Long Xiangtian's companions asked. These companions were all people with extraordinary luck. Gu Chensha looked over and saw that all of them were peerless geniuses. In particular, there was a man and a woman among them who vaguely had the potential of being born with the talent of a saint. Actually, when Gu Chensha spread the human dragon fist throughout the world, almost everyone in the world could learn it and use it to improve their aptitude. These people had obviously learned the human dragon fist and used the Raising Dragon Heart Sutra, making Dragon Heart Sutra and Holy Dragon Heart Sutra to gradually improve their aptitude. In the past, Gu Chunsha wanted everyone in the world to become a genius. Now, he had achieved 90% of this goal. Everyone in the world, even babies, would have the potential to become a genius after being baptized by the human dragon fist. Protect it from me, Long Xiangtian said. At the same time, increase the reputation of our flying dragon union. We also need to gather faith. The more faith we have, the stronger we will be, and the more likely we will be able to subdue the Great Stone Wall. Yes, we're already secretly doing this. However, if we do it with great fanfare, we might attract the attention of the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court is very powerful now. Gu Qinsha said, if we're discovered, we'll be in danger of being destroyed. What's there to be afraid of? I already have a plan. Long Xiangtian laughed coldly. The world is going to be chaotic soon. The earlier we prepare, the more benefits we'll have. Don't look at the dragonless cabinet. Gu Qinsha, Lu Baiwe, Zhuge, Gu Huasha, and Wenhong. They might be able to control the situation, but things aren't what they think. Don't worry, just do it. Since the guild leader has said so, we can make our move. The few men and women nodded. You're not strong enough, said Long Xiangtian. First, set up a grand spell formation. Circulate your mental cultivation method. Follow my Tao of the Soaring Dragon. Gather your strength, penetrate the great stone wall, and steal the spirit of enlightenment. Instantly, a profound spell formation was transmitted into Gu Qinsha's mind. This formation and mental cultivation technique were Long Xiangtian's Tao of Soaring Dragon. Suddenly, Long Xiangtian uttered a syllable. This syllable was an incantation. It was a combination of 3 dragon characters. These words and sounds are the sounds made by the dragons as they soared into the sky. This sound contained the highest principles of heaven and earth. It was a secret that Long Xiangtian had comprehended himself. As soon as the incantation rang out, Gu Qinsha felt that the minds of these people were closely connected. It was as if a group of dragons had soared into the sky and soared into the sky. Then, this intent entered the Great Stone Wall. At that moment, Gu Qinsha could vaguely feel that the Great Stone Wall was about to follow the will of the dragons and fly into the sky. It would transform into a stone dragon, transcend the world, and become an independent entity. Under Long Xiangtian's infusion, the Great Stone Wall began to undergo a fundamental change. I've underestimated Long Xiangtian. If his sacrificial power is fully activated, it'll surpass the sacrificial power of a heavenly king. Gu Qinsha secretly calculated and nodded. If Long Xiangtian became a sacrificial subject, then the purity of his sacrificial power would surpass that of the Punisher Heavenly King. Punisher Heavenly King Gu Xinjian had taken control of the Inferno continent, turning it into the Yonko-S Fun province. Now, he had built a portal to the 4 wilds, and the citizens of the Inferno continent had begun to interact with each other. Gradually, the billions of people of the Inferno continent had become part of the Yonko-S rule. Everything was going very well. Gu Xinjian was a heavenly king, second only to the Sun Moon Lord, the Emperor of Heaven, and the Empress. According to the future development, no one could surpass him in terms of source power. However, Long Xiangtian's source power surpassed that of a heavenly king, and there was even a hint of untapped potential. In fact, Gu Qinsha had a feeling that if Long Xiangtian's potential was used to its fullest, he could surpass the Sun Moon Lord. He came to the commoners and actually found such a person, which was a good harvest. However, this also meant that the situation was starting to get out of control. Whether it was the Emperor of Heaven, the Yonko, and the Dragonless Cabinet, or the Heavenly Tao and Gu Taxian, they were all unable to control the situation. They could no longer grasp the future. As for what the future would become, it was impossible to predict. In the future, if people like Long Xiangtian were to appear continuously, there would only be 8 or 10 of them, and the world would truly be in chaos. Gu Qinsha could not suppress them all, because there was still the Emperor of Heaven to hold them back. Once more, Long Xiangtian chanted. With him at the center, there seemed to be a suction force that made anyone who got close to him feel like they would turn into a dragon and fly into the sky, obtaining true freedom. This person's body gave off a weird attraction. Not bad, not bad. Gu Chensha nodded to himself. Although this person is a product of a situation that went out of control, he has his redeeming qualities. From his soaring dragon mental cultivation method, I was able to draw parallels from other aspects and improve my dragonless mental cultivation method. I obtained some good ideas, and only by pooling my thoughts can I further perfect it. Pung, pung, pung. A soft sound spread out from Long Xiantian's body. In the blink of an eye, Long Xiantian broke through once more, going from Tao Realm Transformation 27 to Vacuum Crushing. Breaking through realms was just so easy. For the next 3 days, each day, Long Xiantian would break through a realm. Comprehending the primordial chaos from the 28th to 29 transformations was extremely easy. It was as easy as eating and drinking water. It could be said that even people with King's Source couldn't break through so easily. On this day, Long Xiantian's body trembled once more, and the power of the world's birth and destruction erupted from his body. Generally speaking, when a high god created their own world, they would absorb energy from the primal chaos, then refine it into world energy. They would then evolve the way all living things operated, enriching their own world, turning it into an organic cycle. But when Long Xiantian's world was born, it didn't absorb any chaos energy at all. Instead, it absorbed the Tao comprehension power from the giant stone wall. This Tao comprehension power far exceeded all the essences of chaos energy. It was even more than the power of worship. The Tao comprehension power was the king of worship. This was why Long Xiantian's dust world was born. Chapter 892. In 3 days, Long Xiantian rose by 3 levels. He actually went from Tao Realm Transformation 27, Seamless 2, to 30, World Creation. Furthermore, Long Xiantian's microscopic world was drawing on the enlightenment energy from the Great Stone Wall. In this way, he had actually cultivated his own microscopic world into the king of the world. This microscopic world contained a power that not even the Tao of the heavens possessed. When any cultivator formed their own small world, they would use their own powers to form a world. Then, they would combine it with chaotic energy to break it down and refine everything from within to make their world rich and colorful. Just like that, Long Xiantian's world could suppress any god realm, saint, and even heaven venerables. After advancing to god realm, Long Xiantian had the right to rule the world. Even heaven venerables weren't his match. More importantly, he actually formed an inseparable connection with the giant stone wall. He could use the giant stone wall for himself. Gu Chensha knew all of this, and he didn't stop him. This was because to Gu Chensha, while Long Xiantian was controlling the giant stone wall, he was also sending power to it. When Long Xiantian reached the highest realm, he would refine the giant stone wall, and he would become a part of it. At that time, Gu Chensha would refine the giant stone wall into the dragonless gourd. Only then would he be truly perfect. Moreover, after Long Xiantian controlled the giant stone wall, his cultivation would become even stronger. He would be able to cultivate his soaring dragon heart technique to a higher realm and supplement Gu Chensha's dragonless heart technique. Gu Chensha hoped more and more that someone like Long Xiantian would appear to provide him with resources. Long Xiantian, soaring dragon heart technique, not bad, not bad. Since that is the case, let me help you. Gu Chensha's divine will moved, and the essence of the Dragonless Heart Sutra was injected into the Great Stone Wall. He fused with the Great Stone Wall and finally condensed into the strongest Tao Comprehension Spirit, which was secretly injected into Long Xiantian's body. Kacha! Shock appeared on Long Xiantian's face. How can there be such a Tao comprehension energy? Who is comprehending the Tao here? Could it be the heavenly talisman emperor? Long Xiantian's world king swelled up and became 1,000 times bigger. He went from a world king to a world king. Apart from that, his realm rose once more. He went from Tao Realm Creation World to Tao Realm Creation World to Void Creation. He improved once more to Tao Realm Transformation 32, one thought connecting to heaven. He then reached Tao Realm Transformation 30, Truth's Saint Heart. Only then did he stop. Even Long Xiangtian himself couldn't understand this situation. Based on his calculations, he would have to stop for a while after he reached the divine level, the realm of world creation at the 30 transformations. He would need to accumulate more energy. However, an extremely powerful essence of enlightenment was being transmitted from the Great Wall of Rocks, expanding his origin by 10 times. In an instant, he had broken through 3 stages consecutively and reached the Saint Realm, the strongest realm. He had even turned his microscopic world into a minor chiliocosm. Very good, very good. Luck is on my side. Long Xiangtian slowly opened his world. I am still lacking a little. If I can reach Celestial Lord Realm in one go, I can turn the minor chiliocosm in my body into a medium-sized world or even a large-sized world. Then I can open up my world and wrap it up. I can merge it into my world and become the strongest power to suppress the world. At that time, even Gu Qinsha might not be my match. I will be the top person in the world. This kid is really arrogant. At this moment, Gu Qinsha completely understood Long Xiangtian's state of mind. Even Long Xiangtian's every move was within his grasp. This was because he had also infused his enlightenment intent into the Great Stone Wall. Then, the Great Stone Wall's mind completely controlled Long Xiangtian. At the same time, he studied how this person was born. Only by understanding Long Xiangtian's background would he be able to control him. Congratulations, leader, for reaching Saint Realm. All the experts in the Flying Dragon Guild were delighted. They looked at Long Xiangtian like they were looking at the only leader in history. Long Xiangtian had been cultivating here, and his breakthroughs were just too unbelievable. In just half a month, he went from Tao Realm 18 transformation to Tao Realm 33 transformation. This wasn't cultivation anymore. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Not bad. This is the sign of my rise. Long Xiangtian swept the area and looked at Gu Qinsha's Zhou Wang. When he saw the shock on this Zhou Wang's face, he couldn't help but nod his head. I wonder how confident the guild leader is of refining the giant rock wall into his body. Gu Qinsha asked. The most important thing now is to subdue it. That is the foundation of our path. That day is not far away. Long Xiangtian felt an endless amount of power in his body. He was really confident. My strength has reached a new realm. I will swallow heaven and earth and break through the ages. Today is the day. Good, good, good. Just as the people from the Flying Dragon Guild were celebrating, another voice spread into their ears. Who is it? Long Xiangtian's gaze turned dark and cold. He saw a middle-aged man walk over slowly. Everyone around seemed to have disappeared, and only this middle-aged man stood in front of him. This person is really strong. His aura is deep like the ocean, and he is no weaker than the Lord of the Sun and Moon. If I am not wrong, this person is the mysterious Emperor of Earth. Gu Qinsha looked at the middle-aged man who was wearing a simple robe. He seemed like he came from a normal rich family, but his aura was only weaker than the Emperor of Heaven. Without a doubt, this person was the Emperor of Earth. The most mysterious person had finally appeared. Long Xiangtian had attracted him. That was exactly what Gu Qinsha wanted to do. The reason he helped Long Xiangtian increase his cultivation base was firstly to control him. Secondly, he wanted to use him to lure out some powerful beings, such as the other kings, the King of Earth, and the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Earth had also sensed Long Xiangtian's power and potential, so he wanted to take him in. Who are you? Long Xiangtian stood up slowly. He could feel that this person had come with ill intentions. Don't worry, I'm not hostile. The middle-aged man who seemed to be the Emperor of Earth smiled. I never thought that there would be someone like you in this world. It seems like the times have changed. Who are you? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being impolite. Long Xiangtian was full of hostility. Attack? You should know that your current strength, potential, and even plans are a serious threat to the Imperial Court and the Dragonless Cabinet. especially Sha. If he knows about this, he will definitely suppress you at all costs. If we take action, we will definitely be discovered by Sha. Now, Sha is activating his power to suppress the four wilds and the divine land. He is trying to refine the four wilds and the divine land into his dragonless gourd. He wants to recreate an existence that can replace the way of heaven, just like the prehistoric technological civilization in antiquity times. I think we can cooperate now, the middle-aged man suspected to be the earthly sovereign said. Who are you? Tell me, then we can work together. Long Xiangtian didn't dare to make a move. He was afraid that the imperial court and the dragonless cabinet would find out. Right now, he was at the most crucial moment of refining the giant stone wall, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If the imperial court found out, his plan would definitely fail. Hence, he was only bluffing. The current you is not my match. The middle-aged man who seemed to be the emperor of Earth said. But I can't expose myself here. Do you know about the future heavenly court? Future heavenly court? Long Xiangtian said. Are you the emperor of heaven? No, impossible. The emperor of heaven won't come out easily. The lord of sun and moon is someone else. Among the 9 heavenly kings, even the chaotic heavenly king isn't as strong as you. If that's the case, who are you? Are you the emperor of Earth? Your guess is correct. As expected of one of the greatest variables born in this world. Sha is a variable, but you're a variable that doesn't lose to him. The earthly sovereign said, if you cooperate with me, in the future, I will give you an extremely high position. How about it? You should know that in the future, the establishment of the heavenly court is inevitable. Don't forget about it. The heavenly court is high above, and the underworld controls reincarnation. If you cooperate with me, I will give you a high position in the underworld. You will be on equal footing with me. How about it? Heavenly court underworld. Long Xiangtian frowned. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, he suddenly said, it seems that you are very ambitious. If I join your underworld, in the future, your power might even surpass the heavenly court, right? Of course, we can work together to rule the world. How about it? The Emperor of Earth was still observing Long Xiangtian as if he was looking at a treasure that he was satisfied with. If he could recruit a talent like Long Xiangtian, it would be like having an invincible general. My intention is to rule the world. I know that the underworld has 10 Yama kings, who are as strong as the 9 heavenly kings. Plus, you are the Emperor of Earth, also known as the Lord of Samsara, and countless reincarnations of the underworld. Why don't you join me? If you join me, I can immediately reach the Heavenly Lord realm and conquer the Great Stone Wall. I can even overthrow the Yonko and establish my own empire. In the future, I can devour the Emperor of Heaven and control the Heavenly Tao. Isn't that great? Long Xiangtian looked at the Emperor of Earth and sneered. He would never join the Emperor of Earth. Moreover, he wanted to devour the Emperor of Earth. However, he knew that the Emperor of Samsara was stronger than him. This time, the Emperor of Earth definitely had a way to suppress him. A crisis was about to break out. A. Chapter 893. Geniuses remember in 1 second. Go if you like. Say, providing you with interesting novels to read. Chapter 890. The King of Earth's appearance. The King of Earth wanted to subdue Long Xiangtian, but Long Xiangtian was even more ambitious. He wanted to take the forces of the underworld under his command. If he could obtain the worship of the underworld, he would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. He would immediately become one of the major forces in the world. Moreover, his cultivation would soon reach the Sky Lord realm. Swallowing the Great Stone Wall wouldn't be a problem for him. However, the King of Earth was the master of Samsara. How could he be subdued by Long Xiangtian? Hearing Long Xiangtian's words, the King of Earth's eyes flashed with murderous intent. However, he quickly suppressed it and said, "Young man, you're so arrogant. You don't respect the heavens and earth, the heavenly court and the great Tao. The heavenly court has collapsed, and the great Tao has fallen. I am a great Tao. Long Shantian looked at the King of Earth provocatively and said, "King of Earth, you're someone who was born with the times. You'll have a place in the future, but your fate is already decided. You won't be able to develop, and I'm someone who doesn't exist in the future. Therefore, my potential is limitless. Even now, you can't suppress me. In the near future, I will surpass you and suppress the underworld." Right now, the earthly Emperor Samsara Master's strength and realm were indeed above Long Xiangtian's. However, it would not be easy to capture Long Xiangtian. Therefore, Long Xiangtian wasn't afraid. He was confident. Even if the King of Earth attacked him, it would be a form of training for him. "Young man, you're too arrogant." The Master of Samsara, the earthly sovereign, shook his head and said, "Today, I came here to see what kind of powerful figure has emerged. My original intention was for us to join hands and conquer the world in the future and start business. Unfortunately, your ambition is too great, and it does not match your strength at all. In this way, there will definitely be a disaster. You are the same as Gu Qinsha, an existence that defies the natural order. I'd better suppress you first. Do you really think that with your cultivation, you can do whatever you want? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well." As he spoke, the Master of Samsara slowly stretched his hand over. Everything disappeared, and what was left was his huge hand. He wanted to capture everyone from the Flying Dragon Guild. Master of Samsara, the Master of Earth Emperor, slowly stretched out his palm. In the eyes of those outside, the Great Stone Wall was still windy and sunny. There were many tourists, and it was very peaceful. There was no movement at all. The power of the earthly sovereign and the Master of Samsara had reached such a level that he could completely ignore the supervision of the imperial court and do whatever he wanted. Love, go little, say, net. Chugu Chensha was secretly observing all this, and he had a good understanding of the cultivation of the earthly sovereign. The earthly sovereign was indeed powerful. He hid and stirred up trouble among the people. The supervision of the imperial court couldn't do anything to him. All the people's marshals had become celestial masters or even real gods. When they joined hands to supervise the world, they formed a Skynet. No matter how strong the cultivators were, they would still be exposed. However, compared to the earthly sovereign, there was still a huge gap. The earthly sovereign could play a celestial master in the palm of his hand. Even Gu Chansha couldn't find the traces of the earthly sovereign because his real body was in charge of the four wilds and the divine land. The good thing was that Gu Chansha used his strategy and the attraction of Dragon Soaring Sky to successfully lure the King of Earth out. Knowing the background of the King of Earth, Gu Chansha was very confident that he could deal with this person and uproot the underworld. "Let's go." At this moment, Long Shantian didn't want to fight with the earthly king, nor did he want to expose his identity here. Suddenly, his body moved and turned into a dragon-shaped light that enveloped everyone. Even Gu Qinsha's Zhou Wang was taken away by the light. He escaped from the earthly king's grasp by a hair's breadth. "Want to run?" The earthly sovereign moved and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, Long Xiangtian left the four wilds and the divine land and arrived at an unknown place in the heaven realm. This place was full of barren mountains and was extremely strange. The earthly sovereign naturally wouldn't let go of Long Xiangtian. He locked his eyes on Long Xiangtian and sent out another palm. This palm could shake the sun and moon, pluck the stars, tear the earth, and contain the ocean. With the current cultivation of the earthly sovereign, he could almost destroy the boundless world with one move. The earthly sovereign's cultivation was above the sky origin realm. Although he hadn't reached the heaven realm, he wasn't far from it. Somehow, he had already grasped a part of the highest essence of immortality. The power that Long Xiangtian was using now was the power of the Great Stone Wall. If it wasn't for the support of the Great Stone Wall, he would have been captured by the earthly sovereign in one move. Although Long Xiangtian's origin was strong, he hadn't reached the Heavenly Lord realm yet. Naturally, he wasn't a match for the earthly sovereign who was second only to the Emperor of Heaven. However, Gu Qinsha didn't have the intention to make a move because he knew that Long Xiangtian was strong and wouldn't be killed. Under the pressure of the earthly sovereign, Long Shantian's potential would be stimulated, and it wasn't impossible for him to escape unscathed. This was also the reason why Gu Chansha didn't make a move for now. He wanted to see what kind of fortuitous encounters Long Shantian would have while being chased. Bang! Long Shantian saw that he couldn't escape from the earthly sovereign's attack. He roared in anger and unleashed the power of his newly cultivated spirit space. He gathered it on his palm and slapped it towards the earthly sovereign. Bang! The moment he attacked, Long Shantian once again let out the sound of a group of dragons soaring. As soon as the sound came out, all living beings in the world seemed to respond. Countless dragon wills gathered on his palm and turned into an ocean. In that ocean, there were countless dragons. Good mental cultivation, good martial arts, good supernatural power. Seeing this palm, the earthly sovereign couldn't help but praise. If I had a few more years, I might not be able to kill you and capture you. Unfortunately, you're still far behind me. I won't let you grow up. Otherwise, you'll become a big problem in the future. As he spoke, a pitch-black reincarnation power appeared on the earthly sovereign's palm. Crackle! The two palms collided. As the two palms collided, a destructive force spread out, turning the surrounding mountains and rivers into ruins. Even space was torn apart and exploded. Countless space-time turbulence and cosmic tides descended on the land of the heavenly realm. Puff! Long Shantian spurted out blood from the impact. His body was in tatters, his eyes were glazed over, and his primordial spirit was in a mess. The earthly sovereign strode forward and grabbed Long Shantian again. Long Shantian, no one can save you this time. You refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you agree to my proposal, I could even help you refine the Great Stone Wall. But since you want to drink a forfeit, don't blame me. I'll capture you and turn you into my puppet. Earthly sovereign, don't even think about it. Blood flowed out of Long Shantian's eyes. Suddenly, he let out a roar and burst out again. As he did, countless beams of starlight appeared in the depths of the chaotic flow of space and time. The starlight formed a huge dragon, which then transformed into a stone steel. The stone steel was covered with twisting dragon snake characters, and it was filled with an archaic aura. The stone tablet rumbled as it flew into Long Shantian's body and entered his world. The astral dragon tablet. The earthly sovereign recognized the tablet at first glance. It was the strongest artifact the astral dragon tribe had ever created. The astral dragon tribe was the most unique of the dragon tribes, born from the Dragon Gate of Yinhuang. But later on, the tribe broke away from the Dragon Gate and became a powerful faction. They even wanted to devour the stars in the heavenly world, turning them into their private property. It was because of this thought that the astral dragon tribe met with a calamity. However, the Star Dragon clan was a great clan that had once dominated the world. After all, they had refined countless treasures, conquered and created countless worlds, and had also given birth to a glorious civilization. In the past, Yuhuan Lu obtained one of the astral dragon tribe's ultimate treasures, the myriad melody dragon zither. Even a heavenly longevity realm ancient like one, Senshi, was moved by it. The myriad melody dragon zither was only one of the astral dragon tribe's treasures. In ancient legends, the astral dragon tribe wanted to create an artifact that surpassed the Dragon Gate of Yinhuang, the astral dragon tablet. The astral dragon tablet only existed in legends. It had never appeared in the real world. Right now, Long Shantian was about to be captured by the sovereign of Earth. He didn't know what kind of fate or miracle he had come across, but the star dragon steel actually appeared and entered his inner world, providing him with endless power. Good. This kid's fate isn't fated to die yet. Even the earthly sovereign can't kill him for now. Gu Qinsha watched silently and didn't make a move. The astral dragon tablet's appearance proved his speculation. The astral dragon tablet is indeed mysterious. Of course, the astral dragon tribe was born in the Dragon Gate by chance. Endless starlight was absorbed by the Dragon Gate, which gave birth to the ancient and tyrannical dragon tribe. They broke free and became a powerful tribe. They created a glorious civilization. Although it's not as advanced as the prehistoric civilization, it's still very mysterious and powerful. The astral dragon tablet's profundity is almost equal to the Dragon Gate of Enhuang. However, if it wants to surpass the Dragon Gate, it's still lacking a bit. But now that it's inside Long Xiangtian's world, it'll be nourished by his soaring dragon mantra. In the future, if it devours the Great Stone Wall, it'll truly transcend and become an existence that surpasses the Dragon Gate. Long Xiangtian really had a fortuitous encounter. The Astral Dragon Tablet contained the entire Astral Dragon Tribe civilization and accumulated power. The Astral Dragon Tribe's entire civilization was no weaker than the Dragon Gate of Enhuang. In other words, in that instant, Long Xiangtian obtained a treasure that was on the same level as the Dragon Gate of Enhuang. His entire person began to be reborn, and his cultivation rose once again. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.